Long before race day, long before qualifications, the fastest cars ever to leave Detroit assembly lines are shaking down, ready to meet the challenge of a 500-mile run. This is a once-a-year classic, the World Series of stock car auto racing. This race and others like it have become the nation's greatest testing ground of automobiles and accessories. And 13 makes of cars are ready to meet the challenge of the mile and 3/8 track, the fastest stock car racing arena in the world.
Hey y'all, it's racing day, so loud out here I can't hear a thing. Man, the fans are going wild. And these drivers came to rock, and no place else but Fox knows how to do it NASCAR style. Boogity, boogity, boogity! Let's go racing, boys! Hey, now, keep that pedal down on the floor. Push it to the crowd, can't take no more. Yeah, send the flying man down the hill to the last lap around. With the wheels out of the way, gonna get a little bit sideways.
It's just one of those great nights that you look forward to all the way through. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the Southern 500. My name is Jonathan Ramos, the voice of NR, and we're getting ready to rock and roll 500 miles, 40 drivers, and just one winner. We go from day into night, and it's going to be a lot of fun to see who's going to come out number one. Getting ready for the action for the Into the AM Southern 500. If you're just joining in, we say welcome, and we hope you all are enjoying tonight's show. But there is a sponsor on tonight's race. Drivers already in their session practicing for the final time before we take qualifying. But before we go ahead and jump into any of the great racing action you're going to see here tonight, we have something to say, and that comes from our great sponsors at Into the AM. Once again, this is the Into the AM Southern 500, and before we go ahead and jump into anything new, let's go hear what they've got to say. What's going on, race fans? It's Ramos. Now, I know you want to get this Southern 500 underway, but before we jump into the action, let's talk about Into the AM. As you can see, they sent me some apparel, and let me just say, from the t-shirts to the hoodies, they do have a very comfortable fit. The shirts do a really good job of hugging the body, like in the arms and the chest, which showcase muscle definition while still giving you a very comfortable fit. Another thing I've noticed is that the quality of the material is definitely more high-end than what you would see on other brands. On top of that, Into the AM also has a variety of different colors to choose from, including high quality graphics that will help you stand out. Whether it's going to a racetrack, hanging out with the boys, or going on a date, Into the AM has you covered and making sure you look your best. So if you want to look good, feel good, and throttle your confidence, then Into the AM is the clothing brand for you. Best of all, if you use the first link down in the description of this live stream and head to Into the AM's website, you'll get 10% off your purchase. They're also running a bundle deal for their graphic tees, which are 3 for $60, and basic tees, which are 3 for $49.95. So if you click the link below, you'll get an additional 10% off. With that being said, you'll see me wearing Into the AM apparel for tonight's event, as it's now time to head back trackside for the Southern 500. Time to go racing right here, right now. I want to say thank you to everyone that has tuned in so far tonight. And once again, thank you to Into the AM for sponsoring tonight's event. Ladies and gentlemen, if you've been watching e-ticket events for a while now, you know one thing and one thing only. It's time for Countdown to Green. We're getting ready to go ahead into the session here in just a moment, and you'll be able to see the driver lineup of all 40 drivers getting ready to take reign here tonight. And our night in America, fueling victories all year long. Let's go ahead and talk about tonight's action. First thing to talk about, it's going to be the Battle of the Bees, no doubt about it. Spencer Burns, Daniel Buttafuoco, Anthony Burrows. The big three heading in tonight will definitely start with the last name of a B. Spencer Burns, first win in our night in America, came from Darlington. He went 1 for 1 in his first start. Definitely a lot to look forward for him. He's driving the Silver Bullet, that number 40. Next thing to look out for, Anthony Burrows, driving Tony Stewart's throwback car all the way back to his rookie season in the 20. This is Burrows' best racetrack, no doubt about it. So keep an eye out tonight for that 20 machine running up front. Whether it's day or night, you can count on him running up front. And how about Daniel Buttafuoco? 2 wins in an NR Night in America for an e-ticket event, won the Chicagoland 500, also won the All-American 600. Both those races were off grueling, and it was wild to see what he can go in and do. I think we can see Daniel Buttafuoco definitely running up front here tonight. Expect to see him up front in the famed number 3, the all-black, the Intimidator, Dale Earnhardt Sr. Throwback, Daniel Buttafuoco, Spencer Burns, Anthony Burrows. That's the big 3 that you got to watch out here for tonight, but we're missing a lot of drivers still that we have to mention before running in tonight. So far, looking at the poll, 45% of you said Chevrolet is going to go to victory lane tonight. Well, guess what? Another big Chevy driver, that's going to be Justin Champagne. Justin Champagne rolls in tonight without a single e-ticket event win, but it's been oh so close, oh so many times. Could we see Justin Champagne win tonight? You bet we can. He's been running up front at Darlington and NR Night in America, and you can very easily see him running up front at the conclusion of this race. But it's always one Champagne with another. It's the Champagne Bros. Kevin Champagne will be driving a Ford here tonight, and that is with the number 9. Expect to go ahead and see Kevin Champagne up front. He's always up front at Darlington, and the Champagne Bros never disappoint. But we're missing 2 big drivers here tonight that we have to go ahead and talk about, because right now they're still the talk of the town. Caden Rush just recently won the Garage Guys 499, and man, was that a race that you had to go ahead and look back on to watch the excitement of all the great running action. Caden Rush got to the line, won his first ever e-ticket event, and guess what? Darlington also his best track on iRacing. Keep an eye on that 88 machine as Ford will be driving forward in the UPS 88. That's Caden Rush. But what about Toyota? What about that Toyota camp? What about a driver that has proven himself to win an e-ticket event already? Ladies and gentlemen, let's talk about Wyatt Tinsley. Won the NWP 400, came very close multiple times before to win an e-ticket, and usually runs up front in our Night in America. This may be Wyatt Tinsley's night to get his second e-ticket win. He'll be driving number 78 Furniture Row, based off of Martin Truex Jr., and it is a Toyota. 3 different manufacturers roll in tonight and thunder through that South Carolina crowd. It's a sold-out virtual crowd, and once again, my name is Jonathan Ramos, the voice of NR. A lot of things to talk about as well. How about underdogs? Kroenke, Wilkerson. Kroenke has not won an NR Night in America race since Auto Club of earlier this year. We can very easily see him win tonight, and he's been the most improved driver. And what's up with this aero package? What's so different about this from what we previously had? Small blade, big motor, 750 horsepower, slipping and sliding under the Darlington Night. It's gonna be a lot of fun, and day and night transition is gonna be big. You hit that wall, you're gonna lose possibly 2 or 3 tenths. The Darlington stripe is gonna be massive here tonight, so keep an eye out for drivers trying to keep their car off that wall. A lot of things to also talk about. We talked about tire wear before. Old surface, very grueling surface, and you will see a lot of these drivers undercutting, trying to get some type of advantage. What about long green flag runs? Usually the cautions at Darlington come on restarts because of how tight, how narrow this racetrack is, but once you get spread out and once you get going without a yellow, you could go 100, maybe even 150 laps green. Keep an eye out tonight, because if the long green flag runs do go ahead and warrant anything crazy, it's going to be a lot of fun to see who manages tires. And speaking of tires, we have tire set limits. Only 14 sets tonight for 500 miles. How do you manage your car in the day versus the night? Well, that's the story that's soon to be told tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to get it done. Whether it's the Darlington stripe or making it tough to pass, and they're battling hard, being on the lookout for anything going on later tonight. You hear that, ladies and gentlemen? It is Cars on Track. Enough to say from me, and we will be saying goodbye for now, but very soon we'll be starting our driver intros. Abraham Vila, first driver to go ahead and hit the track. It's the daytime now. It will be night later on, and it's going to be a lot of fun. Getting ready to go ahead and start this one off. Who's excited for the Southern 500? Tweet it out to us, because we're ready to rock and roll all the way through. You see on the left side of your screen already something you want to go ahead and point out. That is the brand new overlays. 32 drivers have so far set down a time here in practice. Just 11 minutes left before we go ahead and take the green flag for qualifying. After that, ladies and gentlemen, it will be nothing but action from top to finish. So far, fastest driver in practice. That goes Wyatt Tinsley. Keep an eye out for him as he's currently on pit road. Nathan Lyon there in the 6th, former Cup Series driver. We didn't talk about him in Countdown to Green, but you can't talk about him here tonight. One of the fastest forwards to get it done, no doubt about it. It's going to be a lot of fun. Wyatt Tinsley currently sitting on pit road. There's Nathan Lyon rolling his way around the track. Let's say goodbye for now because we want to show you the entire 40 driver field before we get ready for tonight's great action. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for driver introductions. Crawford with an opportunity, gets in sideways, so goes the 4. Around goes the 75 into the inside wall. Johnson as well. Cooties goes high, Stone goes high, Walker goes low. 2 up by 2, shuffling them out. And now Joey Stone's going to have to block every single lane. He looks to the middle. Through 3 and 4 for the final time. No one's going to be able to touch him. Daniel Buttafuoco wins the All-American 600. It won't work out. Ford's going to find itself back in victory lane. James Thurston victorious from North Wilkesboro. Through 3 and 4 for the final time. Daytona is going to be victorious in Darlington. Victorious from South Carolina. Training on the outside once again. Lyons is up there. He's right there with Cooties. Cooties cannot leave the rear end there, the 23. And Drake Berry is going to go ahead and win his first ever NR Night in America race. Unbelievable drive. Unbelievable finish. Toyota back on top. Drake Berry victorious. The 3 will find its way back in victory lane at Atlanta. Justin Champagne, victorious from the great state of Georgia. And he's going to be winning in the month of August. Kevin Champagne, victorious from Charlotte, USA. Their strength is going to stay because Sean Rowe is going to bring Toyota to victory lane. Victorious from Talladega. It's going to be a controversial win, but it's going to be a W. Joseph Armstrong, victorious from the Coliseum. The 85 at Gator, right in the middle. The 33 Machina Baker as well. Off turn number 4, outside wall, it's the 48 at Turpin. Darian slices to the inside. At the line, Normile, 18 to go. It's Jua at the line, and Jua brings the Chevrolet to 3rd. This is going to be the battle for 4th. River Page versus Frank DeAngelis, Ford on Ford. It's going to be a drag race. Back to the start finish line. No, it's not. Contact. Schmidt gets turned. Zach Tondrev, victorious from Michigan. Are you kidding me? Anthony Burrows will win for the 2nd time in Kansas. Victorious in the Midwest. Everyone on their feet. Abraham Vila, David Joyner. Joyner looking for his first win in NR Night in America. Austin on the bottom. Schaffer on the outside there with Lyons. Downstairs goes the Toyota. To the lead goes the 88. Gavin Austin, top of the charts. Terrell Baker, to the grass, wins the 2011 Coca-Cola 600. It's going to be a Cinderella story, and he's going to go to Miami to compete for a championship. Mosteller, cha-ching, from Darlington. 3 wide, way in the back. Do they hold on? For the most part, they do. Cabrera gets back through 1 easy. Back to 2nd, now goes Berry. And you can tell they're having fun, no doubt about it. 3 wide again. Contact, there they go. 1 in the wall. That's Justin Champagne. You're riding on board Dominguez. And the caution is going to weigh 12 out of 100. It's going to be a drag race. It's a push come to shove, more in the wall. Benjamin Walker, I think, just won this race. Storch inside, he's got Rusty. Rusty's doing a great job just sticking right with them, trying to just work on his own race. Can Jackson Carr get his first ever win in NR Night in America? Red Bull on the front row, trying to go ahead and stay there, top of the chart. Lorenzo on the inside, Steinmeier still there. He's got to go all in right here. Lorenzo running wide, contact there with Steinmeier. Parks in front of Schmidt, contact. Workman's gonna get away. That has gone 1-for-1 in their first shot in NR9 America. Spencer Burns victorious for Darlington. Abraham Vila is going to win for the first time since October, victorious from Bristol. Mitchum hung out, down to the inside, no help for him. Now Kevin Champagne lines up, David Joyner, not, it's going to be Wilkerson, 19 out of 70. 3 wide, Kroenke, welcome back, my man. The Menard Chevrolet now leading back down into 1 and 2. Make room, TCB, because there's a new driver with 2 e-ticket events. 1 in NR9 America. It's the way of the 48. It's the way of the Chevrolet. Dodge is defeated as the bow ties go victorious. Down home in Indiana, Chad Thornquist victorious in the Brickyard 400. But it stalls out as well. Lilly trying to hold on, 3 by 3. No one's going anywhere. 9 to go from the World Center of Racing. And down on turn number 4. It's a new first-time champion in NR9 in America. William Schmidt and the little team that could is your month of July champions. On turn number 4 for the final time. Top to bottom, the 20 starts mirror driving. Pushing the 24 wide. Wyatt Tinsley is going to win the NWP 400. Cormentis, where did he come from in the Red Bull? Off turn number 4 for the final time. Who's going to win this race? Cormentis to the outside of Vila. It's going to be a drag race. Back to the start-finish line. Who's going to win it? Cormentis, yes, sir! Victorious from Daytona as they wreck behind him. Looks top, looks bottom, rushes mirror driving to the triangle for the final time. Caden Rush, first career win at Talladega for an e-ticket event. Driver fading, though, that was JT Poole after the lap traffic really hurt him. On turn 4 the final time. Parker White with the block. DeAngelis, he turned up! He turned up! And DeAngelis is gonna win at Las Vegas. How about this one? Indiana's gonna give us a first-time winner in NR9 America. Sound the siren because Elvis is gonna go to victory lane for the first time in NR9 America. Who's ready for the day and tonight action? Just 3 minutes left of practice before we get ready to go racing. Ladies and gentlemen, it's that time of the night. It's prime time Friday night NR9 in America. It's an e-ticket event in October. It's time for the Into the AM Southern 500. David Joyner rolling around there in his 21 machine. Brand new camera angles on here tonight as we get ready to let the thunder roll loud in South Carolina in front of this sold-out virtual crowd. Daniel Mosteller has never won an e-ticket event, nor has Drake Berry, nor has David Cabrera. Same with Joseph Armstrong, another Toyota that's planned to be strong here tonight. Just 2 minutes left with 26 change left in this run, and practice will come to an end. We'll get ready to set your field of 40 as we get ready to go racing. We want to say thank you to everyone that's come out so far tonight. Pre-race intros and countdown to green. It was exciting, no doubt about it, but there's nothing going to be more exciting than having all 40 drivers rolling loud down into turns number 1 and 2. Who do you think's going to win this race? Do you think Kevin Champagne will finally get to victory lane in an e-ticket event? Will one of the Champagnes finally find glory in Darlington? Let us know down in the chat below. So far, we asked the question, will we get a new first-time e-ticket event winner? 71% of you said yes. 29% said no. We'll keep an eye on the polls throughout the entire night as there'll be multiple polls and the engagement in the chat will stay high. Also, when we have mid-race interviews, whether it's under yellow or now possibly under green flag conditions, you can ask any questions to the drivers and we'll pick the best to go hear what they've got to say. Zach Todriff, a late entry into this race as we get down to the 130, all the way down to 117, should we say. Contreras broke his collarbone just before this race. Zach Todriff subbing in the 18 machine, looking to bring Rowdy Energy and Rowdy Nation a possible win. Paint Schemes theme throughout the entire glory of NASCAR. The rich 75-year history, whether it's all the way back from the 50s or even 2015. You can keep an eye on a lot of things going on here tonight as we get ready to go racing. Just 47 seconds left. TCB has been chasing that tailpin a lot tonight. Right now looking for his third e-ticket event win. Same with Daniel Buttafuoco. Both drivers have two and will likely be the first one in the three-time club. Abraham Vila still winless in NR9 in America for an e-ticket. Same with Austin G. Johnson. Matt Steinmeier in the same boat, and so is River Page. Can Daniel Mosteller finally catch lightning in a bottle here tonight? We'll find out after 367 laps. This is the Into the AM Southern 500. Just 13 seconds left until we go qualifying. A lot of fun, a lot of action getting ready to come underway here. Joey Stone missed the Garage Guys $4.99 and plans to do a lot here tonight with the great race in action. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to go qualifying here from Darlington. Let's get ready to do it. 40 drivers enter, 40 drivers race. You got 2 laps to set down a flyer, and from there we will set your field. It's gonna be a blast, no doubt about it. Into the AM, very thankful for them. If you want to go ahead and check out the Into the AM merchandise, ladies and gentlemen, you can go ahead and click the first link down in the description and you'll get 10% off your purchase. Into the AM, supporting and sponsoring today's great event. Let's get ready to go racing. Russell Cox, first one out here for qualifying. Wyatt Tinsley, Jackson Carr, Daniel Buttafuoco. We're going to keep an eye here on Kevin Champagne. And what's so interesting about this track, just watch how high and how strong they got to be with that wheel on the left side of your screen. Daniel Mosteller, first one looking on provisional pole. We're watching Kevin Champagne down the backstretch. Raul Alves taking the track for the first time here tonight. Josh Lilly there in the 55, looking for something to go well for him. That's the 8 of Justin Champagne going around. It will be a botched lap for him. More drivers rolling on through. Jackson Carr sets down a time. He's up to 5th. As we get ready to reset the overlays here in just a moment, we will see who will go at number 1. Tinsley, Wilkerson, Champagne, Austin. That was your fast 4. Overlays will continue to go ahead and be adjusted as time goes on. Backs right now, Workman working his way down the back stretch before working their way back into turns number 3 and 4. Still Tinsley, number 1 on the right side of your screen. Now we go top side, showing you it all. Darlington, South Carolina should be a fun one, no doubt about it. The great race in action getting ready to take way here in just a couple minutes, but let's set your field. David Joyner flying down off turn number 2. William Schmidt jumps into 10th. Austin back to 12th. That's Jackson Carr back to the 14th position. At the line, that's going to be Josh Lilly. Last time we went e-ticket event racing, it was at that great track we like to go in and call Talladega, and it was one of the best events that the viewers and the drivers have said collectively ever ran for NR9 in America. Before that was the NWP 400 at Daytona. We have not been to an intermediate for an e-ticket event since June of 2022. That was the Chicagoland 500. Darlington takes reign here tonight. Friday night action coming at you live. It's the Southern 500 on a flyer. That's Chad Thornquist. Going to go ahead and set down a quick time there on that bow tie. Back to the outside of turns number 3 and 4. Bringing his Lowe's Chevrolet back to the line. Chad Thornquist in the purple. Thornquist going P2. Big jump for him. That's Champagne back to 3rd. And that's Thurston back to 4th. I still think Thornquist can get a nice run here this second time around. All the way near the outside, safe for Barrett. May have got into it. He did. That's going to be a botch lap for him. He will have to stick with at least P2. That's Sean Rowe down the back stretch, working his way back through 3 and 4. Spencer Burns now into the green. Burns looking to have some fun here tonight, but got to the outside wall. That will botch his lap. Here comes Anthony Burrows. Burrows rolling his way down off corner exit. Burrows set down a 29, definitely possibly a 2.7. It was in the green, and we will not get a time for him. Ladies and gentlemen, let's look at your field as we get ready to go racing. Burrows parking it down the inside. That's Nathan Lyon. Left side of your screen, and it's a new pole sitter. Abraham Vila going top of the charts, dropping a 29.02. One of the underdogs heading in tonight. We talked about before, he could very easily be the next driver to win his first e-ticket event. But let's look at this fast four. Champagne, Thornquist, Tinsley, the notables of NR Night in America. Where's Lyon? Where's Burns? Where are the Bs that we talked about? Buttafuoco back there in 8th. And so far, Anthony Burrows not in your top 20. Qualifying comes to an end, and your field has been set. Ladies and gentlemen, 367 laps of racing. Let's go at it. And they all line up here on the front straight. Who wants to see the famed number 3 all black Chevrolet go to victory lane tonight? Daniel Buttafuoco looking to join the Triple Crown and win 3 e-ticket events in NR Night in America. Has an opportunity to do it here tonight. He starts all the way back in row 4, just inside that Elite 8. As we get ready to rock and roll, we want to say hello. We want to say welcome to everyone tuning in here for the first time. It's the e-ticket event here in October. The sun is setting, and it's a sold-out virtual crowd. 367 laps of thunder as we get ready to go racing. 40 drivers strong. It's always unpredictable when we go primetime racing. It's always unpredictable when we go e-ticket event racing in NR Night in America. Vila, Tinsley, Thornquist, Champagne, they're lined up, they're loaded, and they're ready to go at it. 4 paint slaps before we get rolling to warm up those tires, because it's time to let them loose down into 1. Let's get ready for the action. If this is your first time joining into an e-ticket event and you already love the great racing action and the high quality entrance, be sure to go ahead and drop a like and subscribe to this channel, because ladies and gentlemen, we are closing in on 30,000 subscribers. It's the Southern 500 throwback schemes ranging all the way back to the 1950s to the 2010s. 75 years of NASCAR's rich history, all in one race. 40 drivers, 40 throwbacks, the exact throwbacks to how they were ran back in the day. Let's go rolling. Wyatt Tinsley brings MTJ on the front row, but everyone's going to be chasing the tail pen of that 42 machine based off of Kyle Petty. 3 Petties in the race here tonight. We have Adam Petty, Richard Petty, and Kyle on the front row. Ladies and gentlemen, we're rolling off for the first time here tonight. Let's get racing. Some drivers elected to start from the tail end of the longest line. You got one faster pair for 500 miles. The last thing you want to do is use it early. Let's get ready to do it. Next time by, when they roll on through, we will bring them down pit road, and they will go ahead and check pit road speed. Chevy, Toyota, Ford, put 40 of them in a ring of fire, and you have action ranging from day into night. It's going to be a fun one. Top of your screen, you can see where everyone is qualified for tonight's great event. Wyatt Tinsley, Caden Rush, just some of many that are considered the favorite. Next time by, they'll come down pit road, and then from there, They'll line on up, and we'll get ready for the one to go. Who do you think's gonna go to victory lane? Who do you think will take the top spot? Lights still on the pace truck. As next time by, we get ready to go racing. Abraham Vila on the front row has never won an e-ticket event. The viewers saying we're gonna see someone new here tonight go top of the charts. Very much could as we get ready to get rolling. Some drivers dropping to the tail end of the longest line. They'll come down single file down pit road this time by, check pit road speed, and from there we'll get ready to sound the siren off. Let's get ready to go at it. Vila and Tinsley all dropping down to the inside. Let's get ready to sound the sirens, ladies and gentlemen, because a storm is brewing over South Carolina. Pit road speed down on entry. Will Spencer Burns bring the silver bullet to victory lane? Will a Champagne Bro pop the bottles for the first time tonight? They come down in, high-fiving their crew one more time. Ladies and gentlemen, next time by, we get ready to bring the action, bring the thunder, because we're going to kick the tires and light the fires just one more time. Darlington is one of the most historic tracks on iRacing. Darlington is one of the most well-loved tracks in our Night in America. The question wasn't if, it was when they will get an e-ticket event. And when the time came, when Into the AM stepped forward saying they wanted to be put center stage on the biggest platform in iRacing, we couldn't say no to this great historic track. The driver said, what about a throwback race? We said, what about a throwback to all 75 years of NASCAR's rich history? And they all come together as it is 8:31 on the East Coast. Ladies and gentlemen, spamming in the track, lights off. This time by, it's the one to go. It's time to go racing. We go green flag action this time by. 367 laps, 500 miles, day into night. Toyota versus Chevy, that's road number one. Chevy versus Ford, that's road number two. Ford lockout road number three with the bow ties locking out road number four. It's time to go racing. Toyota, Chevy, Ford, which manufacturer will find its way to victory lane? Ford has two e-ticket events, Dodge with one, Chevy with a bunch, and Toyota has just one. And it's now time to turn off the background music, because the only music you need to hear, that's the roar of the engines and the roar of the sold-out virtual crowd. Let's get ready for the action right here, right now. Wyatt Tinsley hungry to go for two. Vila looking to celebrate Into the AM here tonight. Pace truck makes a hard left on a pit road. Whether it's historic or new, there's nothing but the greatness that's right in front of your screen. It's gonna be electric. It's gonna be loud as we get ready to light the fuse just one more time here in October, because we're green for the Into the AM Southern 500. Tinsley with a bite down into 1 and 2. Vila washed up the track. That's Thornquist back there in third. Dropping back. Kevin Champagne lined up nose to tail. It's the thundering roar down off turn number 2. Wyatt Tinsley checking out early. Just one lap in and Page is up to 5th. Everyone's shuffling back around towards the rear end of the pack. Everyone's trying to find that grip early on and thunder into the night. Wyatt Tinsley brings Toyota down off turn number 4. They will lead lap number 1. Chevy, Ford. That lines up behind him. Thurston back there into 4. After the garage, guys. 499 had to shut everything off because a hurricane was rolling his way. Just got power back this week, and now he's running fourth in the Southern 500. River Page back there in fifth, lined up nose to tail. Wilkerson back in that seventh spot, holding on. It's all about saving tires early and finding the line that works best for you. Champagne back in the sixth place spot. Velo looking for an opportunity early. It's 3 up, 3 down. Just joining in, we say hello, we say welcome. It's loud and proud from Darlington, South Carolina. Page looking for an opportunity to the rear end there of the Ford. Make that the 4 machine. Not able to get it just yet. Washes up the track, but keeps it nose to tail. 24 the difference. That's between Thornquist. That's between Vela. Now here comes Wyatt Tinsley with an opportunity to pull away as Thornquist starts knocking on the door. They're the rear end of the 42. It's nose to tail action as they work their way down off turn number 4. Look now that inside, see Buttafuoco back there in 7, dropping back just a little bit, but lined up with him, that's Wilkerson. Wilkerson's been strong throughout all his speed week, and that 43 looks to get back to victory lane. Something about those penny blue machines that are thundering loud early on. Keep an eye on him as the night rolls in, because he gets faster as time goes on. Vela still 3-2 back, now dropping back in more, one in the wall. Josh Shilley pounding the outside safer barrier. First driver to catch the Darlington stripe, and he will drop all the way outside the top 10, just inside the top 12 in the Sweet 16. You look back up front. Vela taking it easy. Thornquist as well, but Thornquist has been struggling down to the center of the corner. Thurston back on his high horse, looking for an opportunity there in the 4, based off of Kevin Harvick's 2014 championship scheme. That Budweiser Mustang looking for a way around. Page lined up nose to tail. Talked about the drivers meeting. What did these machines or these drivers talk about early? It was about staying consistent and staying outside the wall. Already Josh Shilley in the Michael Waltrip 55 has already caused an incident for himself. We stay green just 6 laps in. Just joining in, welcome to the Southern 500 here on iRacing. It's been fun, no doubt about it, but the real question is, what will the Champagne brothers do? They're back there in 6, not a lot of difference there, as it's wheel to wheel. That's the battle for the second spot. Thornquist downstairs, Vela up around the outside, and Thornquist will sneak his way in that second spot. The driver that started on pole is now the driver dropping back early on. He's dropped back to the 3rd place spot. Right side of your screen, you can see who's on the move. Tinsley up 1, Thornquist up 1, Vela down 2, Thurston, Page all leapfrogging the driver in front. Champagne down 2, Buttafuoco up 1. It's a long one. You gotta be smart. And Chad Thornquist now putting himself in position to go P2. Vela back there in 3rd, holding on, but right now looks like he may be leapfrogged as well. Here comes Thurston again, looking back down to the inside. Nose to tail action, just 8 laps in. Looking downstairs once more, that's the Mustang. River Page conserving those tires. What did we talk about with Speedway? Tire management was the big key here tonight, because it's very easy to rip them up. If you don't conserve early on, and we get a 50-lap green flag run, you'll have to pit around lap 30. Keep an eye on that. Once we get this long green flag run rolling, drivers may not be able to go the distance on the fuel run. Here looks the wheel to wheel. Thurston looked down low, wasn't able to bite. Back nose to tail again as they work their way back into 1 and 2. River Page doing a great job. He talked about this possibly being one of his better tracks. Still nose to tail, no help from behind, or no, should I say, aggression from behind there at Kevin Champagne. Champagne's one of those drivers that know it's smart to go ahead and save those tires early. But on the left side of your screen, you see it, Wyatt Tinsley. He's got full control of this race. Thornquist getting a rundown off corner exit. Finally finds his way back into a 4-2, but it's still not enough to catch up to 78. Drivers also had a meeting with each other, saying if you know someone's faster, you might as well let them by. No stages here tonight. We start the race, and we only stop the race if there's an incident on track. River Page getting loose down off corner exit. Another big thing was conserving that right rear, and you're seeing a lot of these drivers right now just doing that, making sure they keep track of what's going on. One driver fading and holding some up. Wilkerson has a contest there from what looks to be Austin G. Johnson. Johnson lined up nose to tail with him. We ride gyro here at the 1. Thornquist on the move, back to a 42. Everyone else still lined up back nose to tail. The 83 Cormentis up to the 10th place position. but you still watch what's going on in front. Kroenke has a contest behind. That looks to go ahead and be from William Schmidt. Schmidt back downstairs. Here comes Justin Champagne in the 8 machine. He's going to leapfrog the 45. It's the 2-for-1 special, but not in the way of the 45 machine. Thornquist on the move has closed his way into a 3-3. Just 12 laps in, you already started to see the difference. Tinsley's starting to wear those tires out just a little bit earlier than what the 48 was doing. Right now, Thornquist doing an amazing job of holding on to his car. Now back to 24. Could see a battle for the lead here soon. Just 12 laps in, and everyone's saying smooth, calm. And then another big thing was wait for the night to come in. It's going to get faster. It's going to get more aggressive. Right now, Thornquist back to a 26. The real question is, what is Wyatt Tinsley going to do? Is he going to let off just a little bit? Is he going to allow Thornquist to possibly leapfrog him? Or is it going to be a big contest of a wheel-to-wheel? If they go side by side for a long portion, he's going to tear those tires up like a cheese grater. And next thing you know, Vila, Thurston, Page, all will be right on that gearbox, looking for a way around. 13 laps in, and the 48 taking a different line than the 78. You saw Tinsley went more downstairs. Thornquist more about trying to find that forward momentum, taking that big diamond up the track. He drives it in deep, lets the car roll well to the center, and gets back down on that loud pedal right off the top of the key. And that's where he's more consistent right now than Wyatt Tinsley. With a gap back to a 16, he can very easily see this 48 make a move. One thing that you didn't want to see 14 laps in, lap traffic, and it's right in front on that 78 machine. And it looks to be one machine, and that is Russell Cox driving all the way down to the inside. Rusty making his first e-ticket event start, if I'm not mistaken, since the NWP 400 all the way back in 2021. Gap back to a 24, and Vila's looking for an opportunity. He's been closing in little by little, at least to the top 2. But Thurston's been kind of in that same boat already. Seen that big swipe down off corner exit, with drivers having to get a handful. Saving that right rear is going to mean everything. Go all the way back here to possibly Justin Champagne, who didn't get the greatest start in that 8 machine, but has been on the move. Keep an eye on the driver in the 14th spot. Justin looking to move forward. Right now, his specialty has not been restarts, and so hasn't that been for a lot of the drivers up front. The real fear may come from how the restarts do handle about. Let's go gyro on the 48. Tinsley has company, and it comes in the form of a bow tie. This is Jimmy Johnson's 2009 championship scheme. Chad Thornquist has won 2 e-ticket events, one with Ford, one with Chevrolet. His last one came from the Brickyard 400, driving the number 48 bow tie from 2007. This time has the 09 livery and looks to go ahead and try to capitalize on what's going on up front. Tinsley's right now just trying to hold on, but I wouldn't be surprised with the etiquette we've seen out of that 78 throughout all of Speed Week. He may let him by if there seems to be a big contest, knowing that green flag pit stops will be the new thing you gotta talk about. Another thing to talk about, only 14 tire sets for 500 miles. It's gonna eat these guys alive if they don't go ahead and hold on to their machine. Thornquist back down into a 17. Now knocking back on the door there, the 78. 18 up, 18 down. Bow tie, Toyota, and another bow tie back there in third. 18 in. You see right now, tires really tearing these guys apart. Having to let off a whole lot more than what previously was expected. Daniel Buttafuoco on the move, closing in on the 17 of River Page. Page has company. It comes in the form of the all-black and silver number 3, Buttafuoco. Known for being good with this setup, and one of the drivers to watch for here tonight. He's running nose to tail on the 17. Page takes a nice diamond up. A lot of these guys are taking that Thornquist route of jumping topside and trying to get that run down off corner exit. Wyatt Tinsley is now formed into possibly that same boat, but the gap is back to a 24. Chad Thornquist continues to close in, just 19 laps in. Once again, a higher line down through 3 and 4, then 1 and 2. And that's what makes Darlington interesting and what makes Darlington very unique. That egg-shaped form makes it that you have to enter and exit differently through 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. Do that for 500 miles, and it's going to be a long, grueling night. One thing we've seen consistently of, at least with that last e-ticket event, was long green flag runs. Thurston nearly in the wall. Thornquist nearly caught it as well. Ran all the way up near the outside safer barrier. Right now trying to put everything he can to find his way in front of the 78. Right side of your screen, you go to see the battle box. Who's been on the move and who is not. So far from the top 10, Michael Cormentis up 9 spots. And the drivers that are way off the pace and now soon to be coming their way forward. Frank DeAngelis, Jua, all in an area to possibly be overtaken, or should I say put a lap down. The 16 definitely is next, and is Drew Jua. He's worked his way all the way to the rear end. So far, no stops on everyone inside the top 10. Benjamin A. Walker back where he started, not in an area to go ahead and put the pressure on the drivers behind. Speaking of pressure, here comes Buttafuoco right to the rear end there of River Page. Page watching on, just 22 laps in. Buttafuoco runs wide and well near the outside safer barrier. He found his way around Kevin Champagne, who's back into 7th. Very much of an Atlanta strategy you have here tonight. Save, save, save. You do not want to be put in a position where you're going to have to go ahead and pit early. The drivers that are the more consistent ones and the drivers that are the smarter ones usually come out up front, and we talked about that run from 1st and 2nd. Now it's going away. Third-Quist went wide down into 1 and 2 and nearly got on the outside safer barrier, which has allowed Abraham Vila to close in at the back end of the machine up front. Wyatt Tinsley's doing a great job just staying consistent. You saw Third-Quist in that 48 trying to push as much as he can, started losing that rear end just a little bit. See that 48 washing all the way up the track, definitely tearing those tires up. And Vila is ready to pounce. This will go back to the battle for 2nd. 3 makes the difference off the top 2. Sparks flying off the rear end there of the 48. Nothing to be alarmed of just yet. Thurston back to 4th. Page back to 5th. One driver on the move. That's Spencer Burns all the way back in the 14th position. Knight rolling in this time by, but so far he has worked his way forward. One caution makes the difference. You see Josh Lilly still struggling big time there in that 55 machine, allowing the 20 of Burrows to work his way through. All these drivers selected to start towards the tail end of this run, just in case there's an incident up front, and now they're starting to work their way forward. Spencer Burns, Anthony Burrows, and don't forget about Daniel Buttafuoco. One more restart, and they could have a big opportunity rolling forward towards Wyatt Tinsley. This is the battle for 2nd. Mac down into 3 and 4. Vila driving it in deep and back it off just to the center. Third-Quist still struggling. He tore those tires up on that right rear, and you definitely see it's affecting big time. I think Wyatt Tinsley definitely the fastest driver early on, definitely the day portion. We got to see how green flag cycles come through. You make one mistake, and it's going to change absolutely everything. That's where you see Thurston staying consistent. That's where you see Buttafuoco, who's just leapfrogged River Page into that 5th spot, staying as consistent as possible. River Page may have another driver at stake with him. That goes Kevin Champagne looking on the rear end, and is Bill Elliott forward. Being smart, that 9 driving all the way up the track, now looking back down to the inside. Kevin Champagne, a favorite heading in tonight. And now looking for an opportunity to go in and put his way inside the top 6. Johnson running consistent. Cormentis in that 10th position has Aiden Walker, or should I say Benjamin Walker, closing in on him. This is going to be a hornet's nest of the top 4 drivers running from about 9th on back. And they're all lined up nose to tail. Burns trying to close in there on Justin Champagne. Still 13th and 14th. Burrows back to that 17th spot, and he's trying to work his way around. Nathan Lyon on the move back there in 18th. The drivers that elected to start towards the tail of the pack are now in a big, big cycle, rolling back to the start-finish line. Burns on the move, Koike on the move, same with the drivers lined up behind, and that 7 machine of Drake Berry is also lined up nose to tail. We're about lap 29. This is where we're going to see things change to a big, big portion. Who didn't save the tires early on? That's going to be the big adjustment you got to see. One driver into 4th, that's Daniel Buttafuoco. Saved better than Thurston, and Thurston is back to the 5th position. Starting to see those drivers that took it easy early on. They know it's going to be a long-term game, and this is where they're starting to make up time little by little. So Buttafuoco up to 4th. Vila, who did save early on, now starting to look to find his way around Chad Thornquist. This is back to the nose-to-tail run, with Vila looking back downstairs. Now still looking for a way around Thornquist. They go wheel-to-wheel once more, and Thornquist is going to be forced to give it up. It's another bow tie into P2, but this time in the form of the 42. Now wheel-to-wheel. That's the battle for 3rd. Thornquist downstairs, and it's the man in black to the outside. Buttafuoco did his homework, and he's worked his way into the podium position. Buttafuoco 3rd. Vila 2nd. Wyatt Tinsley put it on a clinic early. 30 laps in to 367. Being smart right now. old, worn out surface, tight surface. You don't want to make a mistake. And Thornquist knows, you know what? We get a yellow. It's going to throw them a bone. They'll all come down pit road, and they'll go and put fresh tires on. But look at this. The night has rolled in strong. The lights getting ready to turn on. The track starting to change just a little bit. Track temperature, how about the wear and tear? How about the rubber they're being put down? Here comes Thurston with an opportunity to leapfrog the 48. Thornquist, outside wall, big shot there with a 48. In the floor, the 4 machine will find his way through, and it's a disastrous run early on with the 48 machine. We'll lose easily 2 to 3 tenths per lap with that big smack to the right side. Now Thurston sideways down off corner exit, and he's going to lose 1, 2, make it 3 spots on the straightaway, and it's going to be a disastrous move for him. He drops back but didn't hit the wall. It's going to be a dog pile here on the 48 soon. Big hit to the right side. We're going to find out who's going to get that Darlington stripe. And Chad Thornquist just owned it early. Wheel to wheel. Here comes River Page downstairs. One of the Beckman drivers getting ready to go wheel to wheel. Page has yet to enter the Fast Four here tonight. Knows he has an opportunity. Thornquist being aggressive, allowing the drivers behind to force a wheel to wheel. That's Kevin Champagne downstairs. That's River Page topside. Here comes Austin G. Johnson. Gets 1, looks 2, can't get it now, and Kevin Champagne will drop back. There's just not enough grip out there for these drivers to hold on. Kevin Champagne dropping all the way back. Thornquist going downstairs. He's going to be forced to come down pit road. And he will be pitting early on this cycle. He knows it's a long race. Here's the wheel to wheel. It's Austin G. Johnson versus River Page, and it may be a tough competition down into 1 and 2. Johnson downstairs, drives it in deep. Page not given the opportunity yet. Looks for a slide job. Not gonna get it still. The Ford puts his nose into place. 34 laps in, and the 17 is in the wall. Racing way too hard early. That's going to destroy the right side of that car. Going to really hurt the handling. They woke up. They come to play, and one driver going around. That's a lap machine. That's David Joyner finding his way around the 4 of Thurston. Almost self-clearing him. It's a line of 4. It's 1, 2, 3 in line. But Johnson has put another Chevrolet inside the Fast 4. Page dropping back. A lot of damage to that right side. And we talked about before, you're going to go wheel to wheel. It's going to be tough to go in and hold on. River Page getting sideways down off corner exit. Austin G. Johnson in the Steve Park number 1 machine has now worked his way into the 4th place position. Everyone else seems to calm it down for now. The drivers that have slammed the wall have worked their way on pit road. One thing you don't want to see now if you're Abraham Vila, that's Daniel Buttafuoco knocking on the door just 36 laps in. And when we mean save, he saved a ton to go ahead and be put in this position. The lineup nose to tail. Here comes Thurston again. Not happy about the aggression there. The 17 maybe, but will force a wheel to wheel. Drives it all the way down to the inside, and Page will be forced to give up that slot. Thurston put himself into the 5th place spot. Wilkerson forced to duck down low, got into the outside wall as well. Kevin Champagne still lined up nose to tail. This is just 37 laps in, and drivers are having to deal with handling issues early on. 500 miles of this, it's gonna be hard. It's going to be grueling. Speaking of grueling, here's the battle for second. Buttafuoco downstairs, closing in there on the 42 of Vila. Looks right to the rear end there of the 42 machine. The gap down to a 12. The gap down to 11. Knocking on a 10. They're back nose to tail again as they work their way through 1 and 2. And Johnson tries to work his way forward. Wyatt Tinsley now losing time to the drivers in 2nd and 3rd. Or should I say not? Vila having to focus on the driver behind, which is Daniel Buttafuoco. It will force another wheel to wheel. David Joyner, a lap machine, already came down pit road. Here comes Daniel Buttafuoco downstairs. That nose to tail will continue, and Buttafuoco will find his way into the 2nd spot. That rear end just slid drastically off that machine, trying to hold on to it. Spencer Burns all the way back in a 25th place position. Dropping back big time. After catching a Darlington stripe, so did most of the machines in this big hornet's nest. It's calmed down for about 5th on forward, but it's River Page having to deal now with Kevin Champagne. Champagne around the outside, River Page down low. Wilkerson will take the top lane advantage, and just like that, River Page forced to come down pit road early. Starting to see a lot of that from drivers that have either A, lost the rear end of their car, or B, just struggling with handling to begin with. Raul Alvis, a lot of nose damage there on that 99. But once again, we are staying green. Page all the way back in 20th. Green flag pit stop's already underway, just 40 laps in. Benjamin A. Walker working the rear end there, that 43. Man, Wilkerson got absolutely ran over. You can see the left side of that car taking a big beating. How about something that you may not have thought of in the last 5 laps? It's Buttafuoco on the move. His gap back down to a 3.37 and closing in on Wyatt Tinsley. Keep an eye on that 3 machine because right now he's got the number on the setup. Kevin Champagne found his way through. Right now lined up nose to tail there with Russell Cox. Rusty drops down to the inside there in his Chevrolet, and it's been a handful for that 33. His idea right now, just finish the race or get thrown a bone for a yellow. Buttafuoco P2, 3-4 back, lined up nose to tail. Wyatt Tinsley still losing time. And your top 3 now goes Tinsley, Buttafuoco, Vila. Fast 4 back to Johnson. And Johnson had to work his way through a minefield. And if I'm not mistaken, has not hit the outside wall once. Keep an eye on him as he slides his way back down off corner exit. Johnson's going to be a tough driver to compete with as time continues to roll on. Driver on the move. That goes Justin Champagne. Talked about him being about 14th, 15th on back, around 25 laps into this race. Has now worked his way up to the 9th place position. Justin on the move, and on the right side, you can see the battle box. Who's been moving forward and who's been dropping back. Lyon up 25 spots. Burrows up 26 spots. Thurston lined up there in that 5th place position. Austin G. Johnson up 12 spots since the start of this race. Keep an eye on him as this race continues to roll into the night. And our night in America feeling victories all year long. If you're just joining in, welcome. This is the Southern 500, and we continue to watch what's going on from here on out. .44 up, 44 down, and we are getting word Chad Thurnquist having a mechanical issue. And looks to have been parking himself for the remainder of this race, which means the 48 already out of contention will not force himself to be put in a position to go three in a row for an e-ticket event. Man, that's a triple crown that he just threw away right there because of a mechanical issue. Tough break for him, but it's a long race. It's a grueling race, and Wyatt Tinsley looked to maybe stop the bleeding and still hasn't really caught lap traffic to a big portion as a couple machines lined up behind. But the real question is, how will green flag pit stops change things about? Vila slow coming down off corner exit back to the rear end. And here's what you want to watch. Driver on the move, Benjamin A. Walker. Driver on the move, that looks to be Kevin Champagne. Lined up nose to tail, here comes Anthony Burrows. Wheel to wheel in the Tony Stewart rookie year throwback machine. Finds his way around the 43, and Wilkerson will not be able to dogpile him. The lights have been turned on for the first time here tonight, just 46 laps in. The majority of this race will be ran under the lights, and that's one thing you want to continue to watch throughout the entirety of this race. 1:36 the difference. Buttafuoco looks to have found lap traffic, but Anthony Burrows has been working his way forward. It's been a long one so far, 47 laps in, and we stay green. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to go in and do something we all know and love. Let's get ready to go ahead and turn it up. If you just tuned in, we say welcome at the Southern 500, 51 laps in, 51 laps green. This is the position we're in. To everyone that's tweeting us about the Southern 500 on Twitter, we say hello, we say thank you for letting everyone know on social media what's to come. What's to come right now, that's green flag pit stops. Vila back there in third has now closed his way just a little bit into Daniel Buttafuoco. Buttafuoco still has not been able to catch Wyatt Tinsley, but Tinsley still has to deal with lap traffic. Buttafuoco dropping back even more and now losing that rear end. We talked about tires in the daytime. We get a restart. Things are going to change up drastically. But while we were in Turn It Up, you can look at one thing, and that was that massive battle all the way back outside of the top six. You look at Walker, you look at Lyon, Wilkerson, Champagne. Champagne at one point was at that 6th place spot, now back to 10 in the Dale Jr. number 8. He continues to drop back as things continue to roll. Vila looking to find his way through Daniel Buttafuoco, and now it's getting worse for that 3 machine. Has lost tenths off the dollar there to the rear end there at Tinsley. Tinsley having a field day as drivers struggle behind. One driver that's looking for a big opportunity. That looks to be the 42 of Abraham Vila. He's now closed in quicker towards the rear end of these drivers. Here comes Nathan Lyons finding his way around Benjamin Walker. And the 6th machine has worked his way into the 7th position, looks to find a way soon around this 4 machine. You got to give to Thurston. Didn't get a lot of practice in Speedway because, once again, he still had internet issues after the hurricane. Worked his way to his side of Florida, but so far still running inside the Elite 8. Gets forced around, and that's going to be by Nathan Lyons. Ford leapfrog, nose to tail. Lyons went downstairs and has put that 6th machine into the 6th place spot, doing Mark Martin justice, that's for sure. Wyatt Tinsley has dropped off just a little bit more as Buttafuoco has found something under that hood to work his way forward. Abraham Vila still trying to close on in. The gap back to a 4. When you lose time here at Darlington, it's not a 10th, it's not 2, you lose a ton. And we've seen that a lot here tonight with drivers that have been struggling all night long. One little mistake and things get changed around drastically. Benjamin Walker looking for a wheel-to-wheel. This looks to be on the 4. Thurston on the outside, Walker downstairs. That's Trey Normile, aka Raw Gator. Lined up nose to tail in that 15 machine. The 8 machine, that looks to be Justin Champagne looking to the inside here, Wilkerson. And the driver that'll find his way possibly around both, that's Jason Dodonna back downstairs, forcing those drivers wide, but it's still not a big change. Round they go, wheel to wheel. Trey Normile downstairs, and down low are the drivers that have already pitted. A lot of drivers outside the top 30 came down pit road early because they did not estimate how tire wear would be early on. And so far, it has been a big, big change. Walker has now worked his way back to 8th. Lyons back there in 6th. Now closing in there on Anthony Burrows. Burrows in his own zip code, lined up nose to tail between 4th and 6th. Right now, looking for one thing, and that's a possible restart or green flag pit stops to see if someone will be forced into a mistake. Thurston downstairs there in the 4 machine. Thurston dropping all the way back, right to the rear end. Spencer Burns back there as well. One driver slow down to the apron, and that looks to be David Cabrera way off the pace and way down low as things continue to change about. Buttafuoco back there in 2nd. Vila back there in 3rd. The gap still a 3-5-4. A lot of shuffling throughout the majority of this pack as it looks to be the top 7 has forced their way through and an opportunity for them to work their way forward. Haven't talked about TCB a lot here tonight. So far in that 13th position, this is the Hornet's Nest you want to go ahead and watch as this night continues to go ahead and roll on through. Burrows, Buttafuoco, Johnson, a little bit of a scoring error on the left side of your screen, but you continue to watch what's going on all the way back here. Baker lined up with Kroenke, still with an opportunity, but not a big opportunity to go ahead and say the least. Kroenke looking downstairs, possibly coming to pit road. Daniel Buttafuoco trying to close on in on Wyatt. That's not going to happen at all. They're going to have to look for an undercut, maybe an overcut to change things about. Abraham Vila back there in 3rd. The 9 of Kevin Champagne worked his way on pit road. Now starts the conga line. Barry is in. Thurston is in. Cabrera is down in it as well. This is nose to tail right here. Battle for 2nd. Vila looking to find his way through. Look at the difference on speed between fresh tires and worn tires. Kevin Champagne looks to find his way around this 3 machine quick. Now looks right back down to that inside. Nothing that Daniel Buttafuoco will be able to do. Kevin Champagne continues to hold on. Armstrong is in. Baker is in as well. Schmidt down and in on pit road. Barry still down low. Lyons possibly coming in here soon. Continue to watch this. We want to watch this top 3 battle. Caden Rush staying out. He's been very quiet here tonight. His entire team had the idea of do not start the race up front, just in case something goes wrong, and so far it has gone very well. Burns is yet to pit as well. He's in that 6th position. Burrows lined up and loaded. This is Nathan Lyon, lined up nose to tail. And no need for him to pit right now, but look at David Cabrera, a driver that's been off the pace the majority of the night. And the Jimmy Spencer Big K Ford Mustang has closed in right to the rear of the 6th, and you're going to see the speed difference big time right here. Lyon definitely one of the fastest drivers on track here tonight. But with how tires have worn within the first 62 or so laps, it definitely does not go in his playbook. Walker, Champagne, both staying out as well. That's 7th and 8th. Spencer Burns all the way back in that 10th position. Lined up nose to tail. Caden Rush giving him a run for his money. Rush, one of those drivers that are looking to go back to back and win his 2nd e-ticket event. Will be just the 3rd driver to do so. Done by Chad Thornquist, and also previously done by Daniel Buttafuoco. Rush looking to add a 2nd win to the e-ticket event column. Rush finds his way through Spencer Burns. That was a battle for position. Has now worked his way up to the 9th spot. Justin rolling his way forward. Buttafuoco versus Vila. This will be the battle for position. Wyatt Tinsley came down and in early. That's going to be a big undercut right here. Buttafuoco's going to try to stay out as long as he can. And it's a new race leader. It's the driver of the number 3. Johnson still out there in 3rd. Burrows back there in 4th. Buttafuoco's idea, overcut the driver of Wyatt Tinsley, have fresher tires longer, and see how that goes. The only thing is, lap traffic's going to be a big, big play here tonight. Vila still staying out there in 2nd. Now the 42 is coming in. Vila in. Austin G. Johnson coming in as well. Nathan Lyon staying out there with Anthony Burrows, and it'll line up the top 3 on the left side of your screen that have yet to come into pit road. Provisional leader back to Wyatt Tinsley, but right now all eyes still on Daniel Buttafuoco. When do you want to come in during this green flag cycle? Things can vary quick. Just 65 laps in. Vila has dropped back. Johnson still in. Burns now coming out there in that 4th position, and here comes Buttafuoco in the 3. 4-tire stock, no doubt about it. Now the question is, will Burrows come in this time? He will not. Burrows stays out. Nathan stays out as well. Frank DeAngelis lined up and loaded. It's now Nathan Lyon lined up with Burrows for the top 2. The way things cycle out is going to be very interesting. 66 laps green. We have yet to see a caution, and that's what you like to see. One thing you don't want to see if you're Burrows, that's the driver, the 78, going wheel to wheel right behind you. Wyatt Tinsley with a massive run all the way to the outside on provisional lead. Now brings the 20 of Burrows on pit road. Burrows is in. Nathan Lyon is in as well. Joey Stone back in the 5th place position, looking to stay out as long as he can. Still out with Spencer Burns. Now Burns is down and in on pit road. A lot of right side damage there on the 40. So he is in. Now Joey Stone back there in 4th has worked his way on the pit road. Frank DeAngelis staying out the longest there in his Ford Mustang. Remember, he pit start, worried about something possibly happening in the back, and is now your race leader. It cycles out right now. Still Spencer Burns on pit road. Wyatt Tinsley comes out your race leader, and closing in big time here on Frank DeAngelis. DeAngelis looking to come to pit road possibly this time by. And a big shuffle all the way through. That's Caden Rush down to the inside. Wheel to wheel there with Wyatt Tinsley. Wyatt Tinsley at the far side of the track. And Tinsley will get the bite down off corner exit. Looks to be putting Caden Rush 1 lap down, if we're not mistaken. The 88 may have sped on pit road. That'll be the 2nd time in 2 e-tickets that the 88 has made a mistake coming down and in. It's the Wyatt Tinsley show up front. Just 68 laps into this race. They love these throwbacks rolling their way around. A lot of great racing action throughout the entirety of this field. Sean Rowe, Steinmeier all the way back there. That looks to be the battle for possibly third. Now we get an idea of what's going on in Abraham Vila. Out second, Buttafuoco out fourth, what should I say, because Austin G. Johnson has found his way through. Johnson in the Chevrolet now in the third place position. Frank DeAngelis on pit road. Once again, all these drivers stayed out a little bit longer. They're the Wyatt Tinsley. Long race, you want to experiment, and that's exactly what's going on right here. Tinsley puts on a clinic, yes. Sean Rowe not really gaining in, but look at the intervals. Vila closing in just a little bit. Johnson closing in just a little bit. Same thing with Daniel Buttafuoco. And Buttafuoco looks to find his way around that Steve Park 1. Johnson in the top 3 on provisional top 3 as Rowe looks to possibly come in. And Buttafuoco looking back to the outside. And now we're going to go and re-say it. Sean Rowe is in that second spot. Did a massive undercut. And it worked out well for him. Buttafuoco looking downstairs, not able to get it to work for him. Johnson still holding on with the battle for fourth. That's what rages on between fourth and fifth. Thurston came out 6 off pit road. Behind him, Josh Lilly, still a lot of right side damage for him. Burrows still on the move. That's Nathan Lyon behind him. That's giving me the battle for the 8th place spot. Here comes the 6th, lined up in line. Nathan Lyon's really worked his way forward. And a big opportunity for him to go ahead and make up time. He will continue to watch as that continues to roll on. Wyatt Tinsley still your race leader. Sean Rowe back there in second as Austin G. Johnson. He has company, and that's the 3. Johnson driving it in deep. Buttafuoco lined up nose to tail. Looks to go ahead and find his way back inside the Fast 4. Looking for the wheel-to-wheel action once again. And just not able to get it. Looking back downstairs. You see Sean Rowe losing time. That's giving Abraham Vila 4-car battle. This will be the battle for second. Rowe sliding down off corner exit and blinking as well. It's Buttafuoco getting 1, looking for 2, but Johnson will get the drive down on corner entry. Sticks with the nose to tail action. Raul Alves holding up Abraham Vila. Wheel to wheel, that's the battle for second. Johnson finds his way into the P2 spot. Buttafuoco looking back downstairs. The 42 of Vila pinned to the outside. Looks back a wheel to wheel. Now the battle for third lines up nose to tail. Buttafuoco got a way off big time. Really got into that outside wall. Was trying to do way too much. Right through a set of corners. 3 drivers under a blanket. Now Rowe dropping back big time. As looks like Thurston will find his way through as well as some of the back markers all the way to the rear end of this pack. This is 3 drivers, second through fourth. Buttafuoco trying to put all the chips in the middle to find his way through Vila. It did not work, and Vila wants that second spot back, thundering his way down off 2. Big move right here. 11 seconds back to Wyatt Tinsley, but Tinsley has not had to deal with the pressure from behind here tonight. The question is when he does have to deal with it, because at some point statistically he will, how will he go in and react to the drivers around? Remember, Tinsley started P2, Vila started on pole, and ever since the start, Wyatt Tinsley has been on a run. Not looking back, 11 find the difference, but Austin G. Johnson is on the move forward. Here comes Daniel Buttafuoco, looking back to the rear end of the 42. Buttafuoco looking back top side, maybe inside as well, but still can't find some type of read. Right now, fastest driver on track does go to the 1 machine. As Tinsley loses a little bit of time, these drivers once again performed the overcut to try to find some type of speed late. They go 30 laps on this green flag run, extra should I say, on this green flag run. They'll find their way around Wyatt Tinsley. Austin G. Johnson just doing that. 11 seconds back now. The real question is when we get to lap 105, 106, 107, how far back will he be to the driver of the 78? It's been a Toyota daydream as they've led them all here tonight. You're watching the Into the AM Southern 500. Second, third, and fourth still battling strong, but as they sit nose to tail, let's look at Thurston, because he has company on the horizon, all the way back to the rear end, maybe so far back, but still an opportunity for Burrows, for Lyons, lined up nose to tail to close on in to the drivers in front of them. Anthony Burrows up to 7th once again, has made up a ton of time. Right side of your screen, see the battle box. He started well outside the top 30 and has now worked his way to 5th, up 30 spots without any caution. Same with Nathan Lyons as they run 5th and 6th. You got to keep an eye on that as things continue to run. How about lap traffic playing a thing, and that looks to be River Page all the way to the outside. A lot of damage on the 17. Now he's going to smack it again. Went from sleek to geek here in just 79 laps. River Page looked to be a threat, an underdog, and now we'll go another lap down. A tough break there for him. Johnson, 10 seconds back, now closing in there on Wyatt Tinsley. Abraham Vila really just watching on as he lines up nose to tail. Nathan Lyon is the one you want to watch with, including there with Anthony Burrows, 6th and 7th. And they look all the way back to Daniel Buttafuoco as they still continue to line up nose to tail. 80 laps in, and this is what's great about Darlington. We talked about it. It counted down to green. You're going to have a long green flag run. You have to know that as a driver. You got to know that as if you were heading into this. It's not just about full throttle action, 4 wide, 3 rows deep like you saw at Talladega, like you could have possibly seen there at Daytona. It's about strategy. It's about tire management. How much can you take care of your car? How much can you take care of your tires? And at the same time, how can you still showcase enough speed to battle for the win? That's all what's being displayed tonight. Tinsley had a big golden goose here tonight. He was the fastest in the day. The question is, who's the fastest at night? Austin G. Johnson really showing the strategy right now that he has what it takes to catch Wyatt Tinsley if we get another line of green flag pit stops. Vila, a big underdog heading in tonight. We talked about his speed, but a lot of drivers wrote him off as not having the best race-winning speed collectively here tonight. And Daniel Buttafuoco, everyone had him circled to possibly go to victory lane. The thing is, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th are back lined up. 1, 2, 3. Now 10 seconds makes a difference to Wyatt Tinsley. You see Tinsley all in the back. Catches up to Caden Rush. Rush, one of the teammates, but definitely not one of the things that they definitely wanted to see right now. Burrows still lined up in no man's land, but Nathan Lyon has worked his way forward. 82 laps in, and it's been a treat. Nonetheless, Austin G. Johnson, you look behind, and who's into that 3rd place position? It's Daniel Buttafuoco. Finds his way around Abraham Vila, but you got to give that 42 machine. He has not been outside this top 5 at all tonight, and he's been hanging with the big dogs. Abraham Vila still inside the Fast 4. Austin G. Johnson looking for an area to possibly close on in, and he's going to get just that. 10 seconds the difference, 9 seconds the difference. Closing in on Wyatt Tinsley as Wyatt Tinsley is stuck in traffic. That's Jackson Carr downstairs. That looks to be Josh Lilly as well. The 78 has hit a roadblock early on as they continue to shuffle behind. Austin G. Johnson still P2. 5, or should I say 9-5 the difference between the top 2 spots. Lined up and loaded at our night in America, fueling victories all year long. We want to say thank you to everyone that has tuned in so far tonight, as the racing quality has been nonetheless fantastic. When it comes down to strategy, you don't need a lot of cautions to make a Darlington race entertaining, and we've said that before, and the viewers have got that nonetheless. As we continue to watch this, Johnson closing now in to a 9-4, being back to the difference. Champagne back to 8th. Walker continues to shuffle back around. Wyatt Tinsley still can't find his way around the lap traffic, and this is what he's got to deal with. Tight racetrack in the racing gear on the top side, as he rolls way out of the throttle, trying to keep that car all in one piece. He found his way around the 16. He's found his way around Jackson Carr. He has not found his way around all the other drivers that are lined up all the way behind as we continue to work our way forward. Lined up and loaded, it's still Austin G. Johnson back to a 9.52. And Daniel Buttafuoco finding that long run speed once again back there in 3rd. And he's been doing a great job of it nonetheless. He knows he can lose a little bit getting back. You look at 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. They're in a tight skill gap right now. Johnson a little bit quicker here on the early runs. Buttafuoco kind of the middleman. And then Vila really gets it together once you get towards that green flag pit stop. Real question is still, what's going to happen on the next green flag pit stop? Johnson has closed that gap into 9 seconds. Burrows has been closing it in as well, back to 18 seconds. Baker has worked his way into 6. Walker has worked his way up to 7. Drake Berry's up there as well. So you've got to keep that notion of, yes, Wyatt Tinsley's leading. Yes, Wyatt Tinsley is dominating. One of the most dominating performances we've seen in the first 88 laps of an e-ticket event. But one thing you still haven't seen is how Wyatt Tinsley will handle once we get to lap 150, when we'll get to lap 175. Top two under a bubble as the gap's back down to a 9.25. Here's the wheel-to-wheel battle for position. Johnson top side, Buttafuoco downstairs. The nose to tail will continue to carry, and Johnson will get the hard drive down off corner exit. He just lost a lot of time due to the driver in front. And as Buttafuoco went for the swipe down low, it has allowed Vila to close on in as well, as the top four is back nose to tail. Drake Berry still looking for a big opportunity. Continues to work his way forward. And that's Caden Rush going one lap down. Abraham Vila's able to find his way through pretty quick down to the inside there of that 88 machine. And this has not been the start the 88 has wanted to see. He thought this was going to be an abysmal start of the race, and so far it's a nothing but sideways down off four. Abraham Vila collects it together and is able to save it, but had a ticket to the inside wall marked with his name. But this time is able to go ahead and catch his way through and can catch his breath, because that could have been disastrous with a driver of the 42 machine 90 laps into this race. Wow. Went side by side there with Caden Rush, had a big handful. Josh Lilly back down on pit road. Joseph Armstrong there as well. Daniel Buttafuoco is going to go for P2 once again. Down to the inside and makes contact with Johnson. Johnson able to save the rear end, but Buttafuoco finds his way back into the catbird position. Nearly collected both of them. And they're back lined up nose to tail, and Johnson is back on the move. Vila back to fourth, Burrows back there in fifth. 17 seconds the difference for those drivers. But we continue to watch on what's going on up front. Maybe a little bit of netcode. Saw the one just got tagged there in the left rear. When Buttafuoco tried that side-by-side, you got to use every single inch of this racetrack if you don't want to lose that rear end. And so far, you're seeing it right now. Johnson having a handful. Holding on to that machine, 92 laps in. Tinsley right now has nearly a 10-second lead, and is right now the favorite to go ahead and win this race. Daniel Buttafuoco back to a 9.5 flat. As they continue to go and drop back, Abraham Vila continues to hold on to his position. Anthony Burrows lined up wheel to wheel. That's going to be Jason Dodonna down to the inside. That side-by-side battle continues as Lyon and Thurston continue to try to close on in. Lyon has been quick. Nonetheless, the real question still happens to go ahead and be, who's going to catch the 78 machine if we do get a restart? Armstrong on pit road, Cabrera on pit road, Lilly on pit road as well. They've all dropped way, way off the pace. 94 laps in, and Daniel Buttafuoco is now starting that track forward. 9.37 the difference. Johnson trying to close in. Won't work out thus far. Champagne, Barry, and all those machines behind continue to try to close on in. The Southern 500. 94 laps in, 94 laps green. Caden Rush, the next lap machine, there for the 42. And it's so long when I still believe that 88's got a big opportunity to win this race if things go his way. But right now, things have not gone his way at all. Couple laps down goes the 88, and we will get a word on this one and what position he is in. And that is way off the pace. Abraham Vila looks down to the inside there of the 88 machine. 88 running wide. And why haven't we seen a yellow at all? Let's go and talk about it, ladies and gentlemen. One thing you want to go ahead and point out is when you get a long green flag run, you get a fragile car like a Gen-6 Stock Car, you need to be focused and you need to be smart. One hit to the outside wall, be trouble. There they go, down into 1 and 2. River Page involved. Joey Stone gets clobbered on the nose. He's involved as well. So is the 16 downstairs, and the caution is going to wave for the first time tonight. And this is going to be the break of a century for drivers like Buttafuoco, drivers like the 20 of Burrows. And just like that, things are going to go ahead and change. This is the 16 of Drew Jua. Three-car incident down into turns number 1 and 2. 97 laps into this event, and things are gonna change big time. It's gonna be a big opportunity for some of these guys to come down and in. Caution is out for the first time. Let's go ahead and see it. That's what happened right in front of them. You can see Spencer Burns. Oh, Stone just ran all the way up the track and just put the 17 into the outside wall. There's just nowhere for these guys to go. Tough break for them once again. We'll get a different view of it. As you continue to watch it, you can see Spencer Burns downstairs in the 40. Slamming the door there on the 17 of River Page, and Joey just drives it in deep, trying to clear himself on the 17. They just got together down to 1 and 2. You can see Drew Jewell hard in the brakes, trying to stay out of it. Went up the track, gasses it up, and driver's side into the 2. And Joey Stone will be forced to use a fast repair early. Same what looks to be Drew Jewell, as well as the 17 of River Page. We have yet to hit lap 100, and calamity will strike on the high banks into 1 and 2. This changes everything. You've already used one set of tires. You got 14 this entire race, and the caution is out for the first time here tonight. They may not use the fast repair. They'll just probably ride around and try to burn these laps off. Pit road's open. Justin, Thurston rolling their way through. That's Nathan Lyon as well. A lot of these drivers are going to go ahead and get their laps back. As we get ready to try it again, we'll look for the cycle. Frank DeAngelis coming down on pit road. Wyatt Tinsley, Daniel Buttafuoco, and it looks to be Austin G. Johnson back there in the 3rd position. And the first caution will wait for the first time here tonight. Strategy, strategy, strategy. That's the talk of the town as we get ready to do it once again. I want to say thank you to everyone that's tuned in for tonight's Southern 500. It does plan to be a very interesting one as we're going to do multiple pace laps to get these drivers back around. Let's go ahead and talk with some drivers. Say something in the live chat. If you have any question for these drivers that I will go and interview here soon, we will go ahead and talk about one thing and one thing only. That may be the questions you do go ahead and ask. Pacing down the backstretch before we get rolling once again. And our Night in America fueling victories all year long. Let's talk with Anthony Burrows. Burrows, this is John. You got a copy?
Yes, I do.
You went 97 laps green. That's the second event we went back-to-back with a long green flag run. This time you come together. You made up over 30 spots since the start of this race. How's the car feeling? How are you feeling as now the night has rolled on in? And, man, could we see that 20 machine in victory lane?
I hope so, man. This feels pretty fast today. Just been doing a good job of conserving my tires so far, and definitely paid off at the end of that first run. So hopefully I can just repeat that the next time now that I got track position, and just go from there.
3-car incident down into 1 and 2. For the most part, these guys have been trying to keep it safe, but it's been a slip and slide down into turn 1 and 2 when you go down low. Talk about the tire wear and talk about your opportunity as you start racing your way forward to catch Wyatt Tinsley.
Yeah, the tire wear is insane. Like, you have to back down pretty far at the beginning to go to have long run speed, and towards the end of the run you're slipping all over the place. You can kind of run whatever line you want in 3 and 4, so it gets pretty dicey. It's definitely a lot of fun.
Well, it's gonna be a lot of fun to see. You got Line on your outside. Both of you have been on the fast track forward. You got Vila, who's been up front. Johnson's shown speed, Buttafuoco's shown speed. How much has this track changed as the night has rolled on as we get ready for the first restart?
Handling wise, it's about the same. The only thing I've noticed, it's definitely a lot more grippy now that the track's cooled off. But yeah, I think that's about the only difference I've felt.
Long race. You want to say anything to anyone back home?
Yeah, hopefully we put on a good show, and thank you to everyone for tuning in.
Let's get ready to go back racing. Ladies and gentlemen, that was the amazing Burrows back there in that 7th spot. Let's get ready to do it this time by the 1 to go is back out. Time to go ahead and put on a clinic at our Night in America, fueling victories all year long. Wyatt Tinsley has a lot of hungry Hounds right behind him, and they will be wheel to wheel as we get ready for this restart. Man, Buttafuoco's gonna be tough. He picked Tinsley picked the outside lane. Buttafuoco downstairs. He's got to keep that 78 from getting that run back down into turns number 1 and 2. Dan may be the man here tonight, but Tinsley looks to look for his second e-ticket event win. 100 laps down, 267 left in the tank. Let's get ready for the next part of this race. Who do you think will go to victory lane? We want to say thank you to everyone that's tuned in as we work our way to 30,000 subscribers on this YouTube channel. We want to say thank you to everyone that's dropped a like as well tonight. If you enjoyed this great race in action, make sure you subscribe and notifications on, because NR Night in America, it's loud, proud, electric as always. Let's do it. The one and only ticket event here in the month of October. It's the Into the AM Southern 500. Let's get ready for a restart, and let's go back. Green flag racing. Let's roll. Tinsley with a drive down into 1 and 2. Buttafuoco lined up nose to tail. Austin G. Johnson all the way up the track, forcing Lyons out of the gas. Now lines up and loads there with Burrows back there in 5th. It's the battle for the lead up front. Buttafuoco down to the 27. Tinsley trying to drive away. Both go downstairs. Vila lined up nose to tail. How about Justin Champagne roll in the middle? That's going to be Thurston back there in that 8th spot. Still wheel to wheel. They all hold on to it. It's the big swarm of machines down off corner exit. Nose to tail action once again. Thurston back to 7th. Lyon finds his way into 6th. Buttafuoco trying to keep the gap close. 32 is the difference. Closes in down off corner exit this time by, but not in position where he knows he can go in and capitalize and dive bomb the driver in front. It looks to be Vila hold on there in 3rd. Johnson back to 4th. But Anthony Burrows back in that 5th place spot down off corner exit starts to stride forward. Nose to tail action. Drivers on the move. Mosteller first time tonight up inside the top 10. Wilkerson there as well. Top 16, Sweet 16 on the left side of your screen. Everyone hung up and holding on to this run. 36 the difference, and Tinsley's still the man to beat. You can just see it right now. He's just got the consistency, at least on this run. But Dan is starting to follow that line, using that 78 as a research run, and that's exactly what he's able to do. Buttafuoco closes a gap back to a 28. He's closing in on Wyatt Tinsley. They both take a different entry point into 1 and 2. Tinsley drives it in deep. Buttafuoco more consistent to the center of the corner. They both get a great drive down off corner exit. But now 27 is the difference, and Buttafuoco is back on the move. Burrows back there in 5th, licking the chops because he's got Johnson in front of him. Thurston knocking on the door there, Lyon. Nose to tail action as Champagne starts looking for a way around him. Into his bow tie action. It's still 106 out of 367. Buttafuoco loves running up the hill. You see how he just gets that drive down off corner exit all the way near the outside wall. And we may have just saw Wyatt Tinsley nearly brush it, and he's going to lose a little bit of time. Tinsley has been nothing but perfect here tonight, and Vila has had to deal with pressure from behind all night long. Now we'll have to deal with it again, as here comes Austin G. Johnson looking down to the inside. It's wheel to wheel back down into 1 and 2. And Vila will do the smart thing. He's going to let him by, not trying to force a wheel-to-wheel action in the center of the corner. Here comes Nathan Lyons. Should we say here comes Thurston? We're going to find his way around Nathan Lyons. And lined up behind him, looks to go ahead and be Justin Champagne. Champagne trying to go ahead and win his first e-ticket event. Last to find his way through that lap traffic. Daniel Buttafuoco about even here with Wyatt Tinsley. They're lined up nose to tail, 40 the difference, 108 out of 367. He's been staying very consistent with Tinsley. The thing is about that 3 machine, he's faster on the long run. So the fact that Tinsley and Buttafuoco have been able to stay about even may worry that Toyota camp just a little bit, because that 3 will get faster as the long run continues. Austin G. Johnson back there in 3rd. Abraham Vila back there in 4th. Just joining in, we say welcome Rush Hour from the High Banks in Darlington, South Carolina. 1 caution into this race. For the most part, it's been clean. It was a 3-car incident up in turns number 1 and 2. Here comes the 6 of Lyons trying to close in there on Buttafuoco. Should I say Burrows? But Anthony Burrows has got it all lined up and loaded. Buttafuoco losing time back to about half a second. The real question is, what's going on behind? And that looks to go ahead and also be TCB back there in that 10th position, the Hornet's Nest. From 10th on back, lines up Wilkerson, lines up Caden Rush. Rush knows if he's going to win this race, he's got to have speed. Rush, Spencer Burns, 12th, 13th, lined up nose to tail. This is a perfect opportunity to make up time right here. See these guys doing a great job just lining it up. The 24 of Baker has found his way inside the top 10 for the first time tonight, but the conga line continues to work their way forward. William Schmidt looking for an opportunity back around the outside there. It looks to be Drake. And it is Drake Berry back there in 16th. Sweet 16 goes Berry, Clementis, Champagne, and Burns. Lined up with Rush, Wilkerson, all the way back up to what looks to be Baker. The 10th on back line, and nobody wants to make a move just yet, trying to save those tires. Buttafuoco trying to make up time. Can't get it done just yet. Back to 6 difference between the top 2. Downstairs going Rush. Wilkerson on the outside, going back to the side-by-side action. And that's going to be deemed ineffective as Spencer Burns runs right around the outside. And the outside lane, at least for now, definitely seems to be the way to go. Caden Rush dropping like a rock. Has the 10 machine lined up right behind him. Rush back to 16th. Once again, we talked about this being one of his best tracks, but he's had to deal with conflict throughout this entire race from drivers pressuring from behind. Keep an eye on the 88 as he continues to drop back outside the Sweet 16. Spencer Burns on the move. Has worked his way up to the 12th place position. Daniel Buttafuoco has worked his way up to a 4-3, trying to close in there on Wyatt Tinsley. Wyatt Tinsley still holding on. Top 4 has now worked their way under a second. That's the fast 4 bubble. As things start to go on, Johnson's gone quicker. Buttafuoco's gone quicker. Same with Fila as they continue to work their way forward. Baker all the way back there with the wheel to wheel. Here comes Spencer Burns, side by side there with Wilkerson. Wilkerson can't hold on. Burns finds his way through. Now looks for a crossover. Can't get it done. It's Kevin Champagne lined up nose to tail. And the Fords are starting the fast track forward. Burns inside the top 11. Now he's got to find his way around Baker. It's going to be very tough to go in and do. Austin G. Johnson dropping back. Thurston dropping back as well. All the way back to the 10th place position. The 4 machine has caught the outside safer barrier. And now we'll drop all the way back to 10th, and the long run car that he used to have is now possibly going to be taken apart as the outside wall is taking another victim. Here's a 42 of Baker working his way forward. You don't know Baker as a consistent driver. Let me rephrase that, as a patient driver. Very consistent, but very impatient. Known for being very aggressive. Right now, we are seeing a new TCB as he's running there in 9th. Consistency is key. He's got a teammate right in front of him. That's Daniel Mosteller. Demos lines up inside the Elite 8. Buttafuoco's trying to find some type of speed as Austin G. Johnson has company. It's Vila downstairs. It's Vila wheel to wheel. Drives it in deep down into 3 and 4. Johnson on the outside still allowing the pressure. Does he allow the Chevrolet to clear? He does. And Vila is back inside the podium position. Big move, man. A lot of respect out of the drivers up inside the top 4. It's a different driving style than what you're used to in our night in America. Save the cars, save the tires, but respect everyone around you. There's no stages. It's 367 laps of grueling effort. If you want to go to battle these guys and make enemies early on, they won't be your friends here late. Granted, nobody will be your friend late, but let's say they're a lap machine, and they remember what you did on lap 117, lap 86. They may make it tough for you to find their way around. Let's keep an eye on that as drivers continue to give and take up inside the top 4. Daniel Buttafuoco has closed on in to Wyatt Tinsley. The gap back to a 3-1. Closing in big time down the backstretch. 2-5 the difference, and a battle for the lead is getting ready to rage on here from Darlington. Tinsley has led the most laps here tonight. It's a classic style race. It's a throwback race, but right now you're starting to see the man in black work his way forward towards the 78 machine. Now 25 the difference as it snows the tail 1-2. Still trying to find some type of speed down off corner exit. Buttafuoco is there, 19 the difference, and you can hear the cheers of the crowd in the background. Standing up, knowing this is going to be a big switch up. The Intimidator versus MTJ. That's first and second. Toyota versus Bowtime, back to the line. Battle for the lead here at Darlington. Buttafuoco losing a little bit down on entry. Tinsley jumping all the way to the outside. Dan back to a 4-6. And now dropping back just a little bit more. Rusty having to get out of the way. There, your race leader of Wyatt Tinsley. Dan's just trying to control that car here in dirty air. That's the big thing. Back to a 6 and now dropping back big time. He had an opportunity to go and close in, but it looks like Wyatt Tinsley has just hit the jets. Find the difference now. Vila trying to close in as well. Remember that big line of machines? Spencer back to 11th. Now that line is going to go all the way from about Nathan Lyon on back. 6 on back in just a big line of machines as they continue their track forward. Dan losing time again with the nose to tail. Johnson back there in 4th. Anthony Burrows up there in 5th. 5-3 the difference. Burrows still trying to close back in. Same thing with Buttafuoco, as the battle for the lead is back to about half a second. 122 laps into this Darlington race. And it's been an interesting one nonetheless. Here comes Justin Champagne up to the outside. Lined up with him. That looks to be the 25 of Daniel Mosteller. Mosteller still trying to find some way forward, but still isn't able to get it to work. William Schmidt in the Norm Benning 57. All the way back in that 15th position. Daniel Buttafuoco's going to try it again. Gets back down under a 3-5. He's going to have to run a different line here than Wyatt. That's going to be the big thing. They go all the way back to the outside. I see 30 is the difference. I think Tinsley's definitely got the speed to go and hold off Buttafuoco. It's still about even, but Dan got one great run down off corner exit. The gap back to a 22. Buttafuoco, Tinsley, 1-2 once again. I think Buttafuoco struggling a little bit in dirty air here with the worn tires. Tinsley didn't have to deal with that at all. You run on the gearbox there, the 78. You can see Buttafuoco trying to run half the lane up or half the lane down to limit that dirty air as much as he can. And it's going to work out because 19's the difference. And they're rolling their way down off to 17 back, 16 back. Here comes the countdown. Dan may have one shot, at least down through 3 and 4 on the high side. He's going to take it. He's going to give up the entry. He's going to give up the center and going to take it all back off exit. 12's the difference. 10's the difference. This is the battle for the lead in the Southern 500. Still looking for a way around. Still can't find it. Dan on the move, and Vila starting to close on in, wanting these drivers to go wheel to wheel. Buttafuoco knows if he catches Wyatt Tinsley, it could be lights out for him. Down the backstretch once again as they work their way through 3 and 4. Going back to that outside. Looking for a way around off the quarter panel and trying to take that line away. Tinsley still holding on. Back to 7 the difference. Now downstairs, it's wheel to wheel for the lead. Down into 1 and 2. Wyatt Tinsley top side. Buttafuoco slides all the way up to the quarter panel. Still isn't able to get it done, but he gets a drive down off corner exit. But 18's the difference as Tinsley's able to defend. Wyatt Tinsley knowing that if he's going to go to victory lane, he's got to keep the big dogs out of that top spot. What did we talk about in pre-race? The battle of the bees. Well, guess what? Burrows, Burns, and Buttafuoco have now all worked their way inside the top 10. And Dan tried it again. He doesn't want to wear those tires out too badly. He knows it's all about staying consistent. Once again, Daniel Buttafuoco, he's raced in esports before. Whether it's on NASCAR Heat or even on iRacing, you gotta be smart, you gotta be consistent. Don't put all your chips in the middle. Go ahead and take what's worth, what you got. And that's exactly what he's doing right here. He gave it the shot, realized, you know what? Let's wait for these tires for a little bit more. He knows he's better than Wyatt Tinsley on these runs. And this is the battle for the lead. 128 out of 367. Back down into 1 and 2. Daniel Buttafuoco looking back to the rear end there of Wyatt Tinsley. Tinsley getting the drive off corner exit once more. Dan's going to look for it. Back to the outside. While this has happened, Vila has not been able to gain. Johnson has not been able to gain. Burrows has been taking it easy. Same with Champagne, all the drivers lined up behind. The real question still is, when does Buttafuoco make the daring move on Wyatt Tinsley? We've seen that 3 machine already make moves here tonight, passing Austin G. Johnson. We've seen Johnson pass Vila, but nobody has been able to find a way around this 78 so far tonight. Fast 4 on your screen, lined up nose to tail. You see them there. Baker's up to 9th, lined up there with Burns. That's the top 10, but it's back to a 31 as you continue to watch the battle up front. Back to the line, this time by Lyon now into open air into 6th. Champagne back to 7th with Mosteller back to 8th. 34 still the difference as that 78 machine continues the hard charge forward. Halfway of this race will be lap 185. And with just 1 caution in, this race has just been flying on by. Buttafuoco trying to close on in, but you look behind. Vila, 157, was at one point a 128. Behind him, 206 was Johnson at one point, was a 157. They're all lined up nose to tail and saving those tires because they know if the top 2 start battling tough and we get in that portion where we have to come down pit road again, it's going to change up big time. Battle for position. Champagne, Mosteller, nose to tail. This is a battle for the 7th place spot. And Champagne's going to give it up. Mosteller gets his way on through into the 7th position. That's the Hornet's Nest. All the way to the rear end. Spencer Burns, TCB, Michael Cormentis, James Thurston, and Caden Rush. Rush back downstairs. Kevin Champagne at one point was a top 5 deficit between finding his way through. Now to get it done now. Here's the nose to tail action again. 14 the difference within the top 2. Johnson to 3rd, finding his way around Abraham Vila. And one mistake on that 42 machine. Now he's going to drop back. Dan trying to find his way around the Toyota. Tinsley with the big drive in deep. Buttafuoco to the top of the key. So I see he's going to try to get that drive down off corner exit. 10's the difference, looking for 9, looking for another wheel to wheel. Through 3 and 4. Tinsley going topside. Buttafuoco half a click down low. Right to the center of the corner again. He's going to get the run down off corner exit right here. Dan is there, looking for the wheel to wheel once again. He looked back downstairs, just was not able to get it. Tinsley doing an amazing job just holding up all the way to the outside. The 78 back to the gas early. 13 the difference. This is the battle for the lead. These tires are wearing big time here on Y. You can see Buttafuoco doing a great job. Going back to the top of the key and then working that way down. Loving the action here from Darlington. The gap back to a 14. Buttafuoco trying it again, back to the outside. This still looks to be the battle for position. Abraham Vila is also caught the rear end there of David M. Johnson. Let me rephrase that, Austin G. Johnson. Now they're 2-6-1 back. They've been battling big time. This is a lot. Burrows also close into them. As they continue this long stride forward, it's going to be Buttafuoco versus Wyatt Tinsley. Tinsley right back to the top of the key. Buttafuoco still 3 back. Vila now dropping back big time. Still not able to close in. Mosteller, remember, he found his way around some of the machines. Burns on the move into 8th. Mosteller back to 7th. Spencer Burns looking for a big opportunity. One driver that's dropped back big time. That's TCB all the way back in 11th. And he's in that Raptor car for the ones that know their NASCAR history. Not the Raptor car, the Jurassic Park car. Matt Bowtie went to victory lane in the All-Star race. And Mr. France went ahead and took a look at it and started making all those parts illegal. And that's what makes that car interesting and unique. You usually see the 24 running an NR9 in America e-ticket events, either the Rainbow Warrior or the DuPont Flames machine. This time he decided to put Jurassic Park on that machine, and now he has company. That's going to be Steve Wilkerson. Wilkerson looking to find his way around TCB. Battle for the lead stays nose to tail. Back to the line once more as it's 24 the difference for the top two. Johnson back there in third. 2.55 the difference. Baker running all the way up the track. Wilkerson, definitely a driver you got to keep an eye out here for tonight. And how about another driver that we haven't really talked much about being up front? That's Frank DeAngelis. DeAngelis up to the 13th position. Trying it again, and speaking of trying again, Buttafuoco gonna take another swing here at Wyatt Tinsley. And it's gonna come all the way down to how things go down. And right now, for the ones that are joining in, wondering what the fuel run is, depending on the fuel, usually can get up to about 110, but tires are the big thing. We've seen guys pit 30 laps into about 67, 68 laps into a long green flag run. Keep an eye on that, because once they get to that position, we'll start seeing things line up. Here you see it on the right side of your screen as you see the wheel-to-wheel. It's Vila downstairs. It's Johnson on the outside. Burrows trying to give a run for his money. They're back nose to tail. Third, fourth, and fifth under a blanket. All trying to hold on, and Burrows will look back downstairs, looking at the inside of the 42 of Vila. So now you have a guy, I think Vila's gonna try to slam the door right here. Burrows will go ahead and clear. Back to the line this time. Vila drops back to fifth. That's the worst he has been all night long. Half a second the difference between Wyatt Tinsley and Daniel Buttafuoco. That battle has been continuing throughout the entire night. We are approaching halfway here from Darlington, South Carolina. Buttafuoco still about 5'7" back. See Burrows, though, managing those tires, playing it very smart, knowing he only has to really lead one lap to go to victory lane. That's the last one. The only thing is, Wyatt Tinsley has been the most consistent driver here tonight, and it's definitely paying off for him. Buttafuoco still under half a second. Now, what I can see is the three machine elects to stay with Wyatt Tinsley until we go ahead and give ourselves another line at green flag pit stops. Once we see green flag pit stops again, we can see Buttafuoco possibly come in either a lap before or a lap after Wyatt Tinsley. If track position means that much for the lead, keep an eye on the three machine to play some type of strategy. Johnson has company. It's the 20 again. Trying to work their way forward. Spencer Burns in his own zip code, but Justin Champagne has company. Wheel-to-wheel. Caden Rush to the inside. Rush downstairs, forcing the 8 wide. And now trying to slip back in line. That's going to be Cormentis lined up behind him. And the lone Red Bull in this race is just outside the top 10 position. Jason Dodonna has not had the speed tonight, no doubt about it. Wilkerson back to 14th. All the way back to 15th. That goes TCB, has dropped back substantially. May have caught the outside wall, and he did. You can see the right side of that 24 all banged up. Keep an eye on that to see if things can change. Caden Rush, though, you got to keep an eye on him because he's looking hungry and trying to find his way around the 8 machine. Nose to tail down off corner exit. Burrows back within a 3.8. Will catch up with that as things go on. Burrows has closed on into Johnson. That gap has closed into about a 17. They're catching lap traffic too, so this is going to put a big damper on things, change things up. Johnson, Burrows, nose to tail, third and fourth. 3 seconds the difference for them, separating from your leaders. Buttafuoco trying to run Tinsley out of tires. And he's back within a 3-2. You see when Wyatt Tinsley has a big slip up, that's when you see Daniel Buttafuoco make a move, as Anthony Burrows will leapfrog the 1, and Johnson will find his way back inside the fast 4, but outside of the podium position. Buttafuoco still looking about a 4 back. Justin Champagne, Caden Rush, nose to tail. That's the battle for 9th. Rush back down to the inside. Great battle. That's what's great about this car track combo. You're going to have battles all over the track. You're going to have strategy. It's a hardcore NASCAR Stock Car fan's dream to see these throwback machines and see throwback style of racing. No stages. Everything is natural. And right now you're starting to see the natural battles. Champagne 9th. Right now, Rush all the way back there in 10th. That's the 5, but Jason Dodonna going all the way down to the inside, trying to find his way through. Runs right in the middle of the 8 and the 88. Downstairs goes Dodonna. And one of the lap machines on fresher tires has found his way through. He did come down pit road. Caden Rush back there in 10th. That's the gap, 12 seconds. And here comes the 97, Frank DeAngelis down low. 12th and 13th, look, nose to tail. One car sliding all the way down to the inside. That's Alexander Gorky. And a lot of damage to the right side of that 45 machine. Burrows third, Buttafuoco back there in second. As those boys continue to work their way forward, one driver that's fallen off of a cliff though, and it's very sad to say that looks to be Thurston. At one point, a top 3 driver has now dropped outside of what looks to be the top 20. Vila's on pit road. And the 42 has now worked his way down and in and drops all the way back. Hit the outside wall hard and they start the shuffle. Drivers coming down pit road once again. Buttafuoco in the same zip code there of Wyatt Tinsley, but now it's lost time due to lap traffic. Tinsley able to breathe for a big portion of this one. In just 30 laps time, we will be halfway. One driver looking back downstairs, that's Sean Rowe. Rowe's looking for a big opportunity to go ahead and try to complete this race in a big portion of it too. Buttafuoco having a battle there, the 7. And that's Drake Berry. And that has separated the top 2 big time. The real question is who's going to come on and off the pit road collectively. It's still Wyatt Tinsley's race right now. But you look back there in 3rd, Johnson has lost time. Lyons is close in now, and that will be the battle for 4th as Nathan Lyon looks to go ahead and find his way through the 1. Caution is out for the 2nd time. And that's going to be Kevin Champagne. Champagne ripping the nose off that machine. It looks like maybe River Page was involved as well. A lot of damage on him. And this will change everything. A lot of damage there to Wilkerson on the rear end. Let's find out what happened. Oh man, the 9 went up and over. Kevin Champagne a favorite to win here tonight, and we may not have gotten a read on exactly what happened as it was all the way off into turns number 3 and 4, but the 9 goes upside down and he'll be forced to tow. And just like that, we're going to have our second caution of the night. Oh, Frank DeAngelis involved. We won't be able to get a view of it, so we'll have to talk to those drivers to see exactly what happened. But it looks like Champagne and DeAngelis have come together down the backstretch, bringing out the 2nd yellow of the night. A lot of damage on the 97. And he looks to not be happy here at Jujua. Jua trying to drive away from Frank. Frank obviously upset, and it looks to possibly obviously be on the 16. The caution is out again. Pit road's open. Buttafuoco, Mostella, they're all down and in. A lot of right side damage on the drivers that have caught the Darlington stripe. It's a race to nutrition as the 9 will be forced to go and use a faster pair. Right sides, left sides now going up on Wyatt Tinsley. Tinsley's going to go ahead and win the race off pit road by a big amount. Burrows into 2nd. It goes Johnson back to 3rd. Lyons, Buttafuoco. Buttafuoco got caught up in the pits, and it's going to be Anthony Burrows versus Wyatt Tinsley. Two cautions into this race, under halfway. Once again, thank you to everyone that has come on tonight. And now this is going to be the real test right here. Buttafuoco back to 6. He made up time to Tinsley. Was able to find his way around. But Anthony Burrows has said it multiple times. This is his best racetrack, and he will be lining up on the front row. The bow ties have not been able to find a way around TRD tonight. And so far, with the 2nd caution out, we can very easily see a big switch up. Tinsley, Burrows, Johnson, and Lyon, your new fast 4, Buttafuoco. With Marceller, Burns, Gormentis, and Baker. lined up with Justin Champagne. Race of attrition. 154 out of 367. And they are saying the incident was a racing incident between Justin Champagne. They phrase that between Kevin Champagne and Frank DeAngelis. Yeah, this is a two-car incident, bringing out the second yellow here tonight. And we're going to get ready to go out again. Drivers getting their laps back as we get ready to roll. Drivers look out for nonetheless. That's going to be Spencer Burns there in the 40. Lined up with Mosteller, lined up with Lyon as well. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to go back at it. Burns, Mosteller, Buttafuoco, Nathan Lyon, Austin G. Johnson. The one to go is out this time by. Big right here. It's going to be a big restart. Burrows can just find his way through Wyatt Tinsley. It's going to be massive. That 20 machine has a big opportunity to drive it in deep and find his way around that 78. It's going to be the best of the best lined up 1, 2, 3. Lyon is quick. He set down the fastest time in Speed Week. Keep an eye on that 6 machine in the Mark Martin throwback. Anthony Burrows in the Tony Storp throwback. Line up on the inside there, row number 1. Wyatt Tinsley on the outside in the Martin Truex Jr. throwback as well. Ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be a dogfight down into 1 and 2. Let's get ready to go back racing. We rack them, we stack them up just one more time in the thundering fury of 40 stock cars. Getting ready to roll through the high banks of Darlington, South Carolina. Get ready to recharge once again. Chevy versus Toyota. Chevy versus Ford. Through the NR Thunder restart zone just one more time. We're green again from Darlington. Wyatt Tinsley with an amazing start. Burrows spun the tires, holds the wheel-to-wheel there with Lyon. Lyon around the outside, still holding it strong. The 20 slips and slides, and it's a new driver into P2. Nathan Lyon's first time in the catbird seat. Single filing out for now. You see the wheel-to-wheel. Spencer Burns downstairs. It's been a struggle fest from to work his way inside the Elite 8. Now gets it done as Justin Champagne's around the outside. 44 the difference and back to a 48. Lyon trying to make up time to Tinsley. Burrows, Johnson nose to tail. Johnson's trying everything right now, trying to close on in. Not so fast indeed, because Burrows is starting to go in and close his way into Nathan Lyons. Tinsley has checked out once again. 158 on 367. Michael Formentis on the move. And he's found his way up to 6th, doing a really good job of that, not forcing a wheel-to-wheel though. See, Buttafuoco at one point was in 2nd, now back to 7th, has really shuffled things about. This could very easily be Wyatt Tinsley's night. And right now, Lyon has finally found that speed to close back in at a very small moment. It's back to a 6-1. It's back to a 5-9. Wyatt Tinsley losing time for now, but Burrows holding on to the nose to tail while Red Bull has worked its way inside the Elite 8. Michael Cormentis to 6. It's still Mosteller right in front of him. They're lined up nose to tail to the high banks of 1 and 2. Lyons goes it back in. That looks to be a 5-2. We talked about his speed in Speed Week. And right now the speed here is definitely adding up. Finding the speed down off corner exit has been something Wyatt Tinsley has struggled with, even though he's led the majority of the laps here tonight. Lyon just a little bit better here in cleaner air, and that Ford starts working his way forward. They can basically get down to half a second here in a moment. Once again, Nathan Lyon was in the Coke Series last year, a former Coke Series driver for Jack Roush, and you can see him right now in the Jack Roush machine, looking to get back forward. The fuel of Mark Martin under the Valvoline Mustang is trying to work his way forward. Anthony Burrows lined up nose to tail, still has Austin G. Johnson behind him, and in the Jerry Nadeau 25, Mosteller works his way inside the top 5. Watch how these guys just slide down off corner exit. Not as much here, but usually on worn tires, it gets pretty dicey. Tinsley, knowing for him, it's a big time trial. Trying to keep the distance there, the driver in second. Lyon gets back under a 5.8. That 60's made up a lot of time. Remember where he started when we talked about drivers passing. You haven't seen a lot of passing for position for the lead, but you have seen a lot of passing for position around the track. Lyon up 34 spots since the start of the race. And he didn't come all this way to go ahead and finish second. Burrows up 32 spots since the start of the race. And these drivers have been on a show here tonight as they try to close in here on Wyatt Tinsley. Tinsley pulling away for now, 6-7 back to the difference. Lyon taking a different trajectory, knowing another long green flag run could very well be in the cards, and that's why he's trying to back up entry. But Buttafuoco is close into the rear end there of the 83, as Burrows has now closed into the rear end there of the 6. Burrows is there, Lyon has pressure. And his focus will go off the 78 and on the 20, nose to tail again. This is second, racing all the way back to 7th. Back on corner entry, and then down off corner exit. Ford, Chevy all lined up behind. Cormentis back there in the 83 machine in 6th. He's been looking for a way around Marcellus, just not being able to do it. The Red Bulls were a big thing from 2007, or should I say possibly even 2006 with their prototype, all the way up to 2011 for NASCAR. And that's why it's important for us to showcase the Red Bulls here tonight. Michael Cormentis putting another Toyota inside the top 6. Let's look at manufacturers. That's on the right side of your screen. It goes Toyota, Ford, all Chevys. That's 3 through 5th. Toyota, Chevy, and they're all lined up inside the top 20. Big variety of manufacturers. But right now the gap is a big thing we want to talk about. 108, Lyon has dropped back big time and has not been able to close in whatsoever. But you still have Anthony Burrows watching on. Back to the outside. Austin G. Johnson way out of the groove. All into the outside, Saber Bear trying to get some type of run down off corner exit. Burrows looking for a possible pinch down to the inside. Their big thing is that they get some type of tire strategy. 166, a 367. It's still a long one left in this. Cormentis with a wheel of Buttafuoco. Dan goes downstairs and will find his way around the Red Bull, gets right in front. Here comes Spencer Burns back there in 8th. And Burns is also another one trying to find his way around that 83. Burns in the silver bullet inside the top 8. That's where we've seen him the majority of the night. And right now he's starting to see that Ford machine trying to find some type of speed here halfway through this race. It's a long one, it's a grueling one. But one thing we are seeing, Nathan Lyon closing in on Wyatt Tinsley. Tinsley's all the way up near that outside. Saber Bear probably had to whoa out of the throttle and not try to run into someone. Should I say run into that wall? Very tight racetrack. You've got to be consistent. And knew he had time to spare if he let out of the throttle. And Lyon has now worked his way down into an 8.5. Closing back in there on Wyatt Tinsley. Keep an eye on that. Here comes Spencer Burns to the inside there of Michael Cormentis. Cormentis gets a drive back down off corner exit. And they're back nose to tail once again. Burns with a blink. Cormentis able to follow on through. And Spencer's doing a really good job just watching on. But knows he needs to find some way around this 83 machine. Definitely has the speed to do it. Tough to pass. That has been definitely the mindset of what we've seen here tonight. Johnson still back there in that 4th position. Nathan Lyon still in 2nd with a 7.5 back. Anthony Burrows in 3rd. Johnson still watching on back there in 4th. And he's still trying to find his way through. Not able to get it done. Drivers saving tires once again. Lyon trying to go ahead and close in again, but the only thing is time is not on his side. Back to a 9.5, 170 laps in, and a 367. This is the Into the AM Southern 500, and it's a 24 TCB finding his way back into 9th. You're used to seeing TCB and Champaign run all the way up inside the top 4. You haven't seen a lot of that here tonight because the drivers that are in front of them, they've been practicing it non-stop. And so far, a lot of these drivers are still learning. Caden Rush back there in 12th, lined up there with Walker. Walker, another one, still looking for his first seat ticket event win. But for the most part, it's been a conga line. Nose to tail action. Drivers running in line, trying to save the tires. No, they're going to catch Wyatt Tinsley. They are going to have to go in and save. Tinsley out way out in front. Lyon now losing some more time. The question is Burrows going to try to drive it in deep and find a way around that Ford? Johnson running a click up. And back down into 3 and 4 again. Mosteller himself back there in 5th. Burns can't find his edge around the 83. Saving tires, and we saw this at the beginning of the race. You save tires, it's going to be a big opportunity once we get to the end of the green flag cycle, because then everyone starts shuffling. 4th place can go back to 8th. 8th can go ahead and go up to 5th. Anything can happen on any given moment when you get a long green flag run. And the more cautions we have, the less strategy you're going to go ahead and see. And it's getting more about, can I find a way around this driver? Lyons back to a 1-4-2. Drivers still finding their way in line. Burrows lined up there with Lyon. Nose to tail, back down off corner exit. Johnson looking again. Nothing's going to go his way. I think Lyon's losing a lot of time right now. You see back to 138. This is where Wyatt Tinsley is just able to pull away. And with Johnson all the way back in that 4th place spot, they have not been able to make a move. And Dan's going to look to the inside now. Mosteller. Demos goes wide. They got tired of waiting in line, and Buttafuoco will find his way around the 25 machine. That's a big give and take right there. Tormentis contact there with Spencer Burns. And Burns will go right back in line, nose to tail. Johnson trying to find his way around Burrows. You can start to see the tire wear right now really coming into effect. Some of these guys that were saving a little bit better are now trying to go in and find their way through. Austin G. Johnson just doing that. Looks to the inside of Burrows. That's wheel-to-wheel battle for 3rd. Burrows up the track. Johnson back downstairs. Side by side again. What year is it? It's the 1 versus the 20. Based off of Park and Tony Stewart. Nathan Lyon has jumped off the cliff, and Buttafuoco just did not have that good start. Or that pit stop, should I say. He had the opportunity to find his way around Wyatt Tinsley, but it's just not gone his way whatsoever. Burns to the inside there, Cormentis. Spencer Burns finding his way through. Cormentis slams the outside wall, and is going to cave in the right side of his Camry. And that Red Bull will drop back to 8th. They're back nose to tail once again. Mosteller losing time to 6th. Buttafuoco all the way back to 5th. Johnson still there in 4th. Has not been able to find a way around Burrows. Burrows has been fading. Lyon has been fading. What we've been able to collect so far tonight, the top 2 drivers, Wyatt Tinsley and Daniel Buttafuoco. Burrows trying to drive it in deep once again. Still not able to get the drive down off corner exit. Wyatt Tinsley having a field day. David Cabrera back down pit road. See, 119 is the difference. I think Lyon's still on that idea of saving tires. And he's starting to see he stopped the bleeding a little bit. He's gone down into a 1-2-3. That's about where he was last time, about a 1-2-5, maybe 1-2-7. And so far, Lyon is now thinking long term. When you saw that long straightaway of just drivers staying in line, they know if they're going to beat Wyatt Tinsley, they're probably going to have to beat him off tires, and they're going to have to hope for no caution in between. Every time you get a caution in between a stint, it does change things up. Buttafuoco on the other side, he wants track position. He looks to the inside there of Austin Johnson, and Johnson will give him the slot. Buttafuoco back up the 4th. And no doubt about it, it's going to be a Buttafuoco versus Wyatt Tinsley type of night. And if we get down into the 300s, 360s, if Wyatt Tinsley and Buttafuoco are back nose to tail, you know Dan's going to try to put the bumper to the rear of the 78. They're still nose to tail. No one making a move just yet as Burrows continues to drop back. Dan will get ready to try to leapfrog Anthony Burrows there in 3rd. Rush back to 11th. DeAngelis back to 12th. All lined up and loaded. Lyon has been able to close on in. One thing we haven't talked about a lot tonight, and what we usually go ahead and do is look at sectors on the road courses. Guess what? We're going to look at sectors here now. Where are they gaining? Where are they losing? Well, Lyon was faster in Sector 1 than Wyatt Tinsley. That was by a 4.2. Back here in Sector 2, 5.8. So consistently the 6 is closing in. No doubt about it. The real question is, what's going to happen if the 6 catches Wyatt Tinsley? It's been tough to find their way around that 78 here tonight. And so far, Nathan Lyon has been consistently closing in. That time buying a 3.4, wasn't able to close in to Wyatt, but it's still not a big difference. He's still in the ballpark on lap times from what Wyatt has, but so far, Tinsley has just been on it. You can see Lyons losing a lot of time this time by, so there's a lot of time on the point, and that time all red across the board. Frank D'Angelo's already down a fast repair, jumps all the way down to the inside. 114 is the difference. We continue to keep an eye on the sectors, and that's this time by, no doubt about it. We'll go to Wyatt Tinsley, another red there for Nathan Lyon, but behind Burrows now closing in. Lyon right now is focusing on what can I find a lineup that can consistently catch the 78. It looked like he had it, then all of a sudden he didn't. Wyatt Tinsley made one little adjustment. Next thing you know, Wyatt Tinsley is back pulling away. Keep an eye on things here tonight, because once some driver, well, at least one of the drivers tonight, find lightning in a bottle and find something consistently faster than the 78, you'll see a big turnaround. But Afuko up there in that 4th spot was Austin G. Johnson all the way back to 5th, Mosteller to 6th, and Spencer Burns, best positioning for him tonight. That is up to the 7th place spot. Champagne, wheel to wheel. This is going to be with Michael Cormentis, and Caden Rush looks to watch on. Justin has not been a big threat here tonight. Michael Cormentis back here on the outside, still holding the wheel to wheel. Champagne sliding wide, Cormentis trying to hold on. Justin's going to try to get right to that quarter panel. Cormentis sliding wide, now wheel to wheel. Here comes Rush down to the inside, and Frank D'Angelis may join him. Caden Rush downstairs. Champagne's going to separate him and Frank. And D'Angelis all over the rear end there of the 8. Cormentis 8th, Burns 7th. That still nose to tail. And Burrows has closed in big time here to Nathan Lyon. The Lyon's just not been able to show that speed, and it's showing right now. Back nose to tail, you see Burrows trying to close back in again. Both drivers all the way down to the inside. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to halfway here in the Southern 500. As he did hit it on lap 183, 147 still the difference as they both run all the way back, nose to tail again. Mosteller backing up. Spencer Burns is there. One in the wall. That goes Michael Cormentis. Three wide at Darlington wasn't going to work, and just like that, Caden Rush will find his way through. It's still a mosh pit all the way back to the rear end. Rush did a really good job finding his way through. Now Cormentis in the wall, nearly into Frank D'Angelis. And for the first time tonight, Joseph Armstrong has found his way inside the top 12. Wheel to wheel once again. Armstrong downstairs. Cormentis back to the outside. That's nose to tail once again. A great run for D'Angelis, finding his way back inside the top 10. Member was involved in the incident earlier. Nearly through by trouble. There goes the 83. Slammed into what looks to be by Jason Daytona. And Cormentis will drop back even more. Joseph Armstrong will find his way through. Benjamin A. Walker, Abraham Vila, they've lined up nose to tail. Vila still looking for a way around once again as Walker goes back down to the inside. Walker back downstairs, still not able to get anything to work for him. It's Vila though, still lined up in front of him. Rush up to 8th, and Caden Rush is now working his way forward. Spencer Burns in his own zip code. I think it's time for Buttafuoco to make a move, and that's exactly what he's looking for. Right to the inside here, the 20. None of these drivers have been able to capitalize and find a way around Wyatt Tinsley. 189 laps in, it's been the Wyatt Tinsley show up front. We are past halfway in this race. The night has rolled in, and the track has very much changed up. So I see these guys trying to roll all the way back to the outside, and Nathan Lyon still 1-6 back. Not able to close in at all. And Burrows, now his company, it's the man in black. Daniel Buttafuoco there in fourth. It's been a mostly clean night here tonight. It's the Southern 500, presented by Into the AM, 191 out of 367, and Frank DeAngelis has company again. It's the 5 of Daytona. And we haven't seen a lot of incidents right now. A lot of these guys, some of them weren't pushing it, some of them were pushing it. One to the wall, that goes Justin Champagne. And he slid it all the way up the track, and here's DeAngelis looking down on the inside, looking to pounce. This is going to be wheel to wheel for position. DeAngelis in the 9th. Frank downstairs. Champagne on the outside. Both machines still holding the wheel to wheel. Back down off corner exit. DeAngelis will clear and find his way into 9th. Big time move right there. Now Frank gets a restart in his hand. Good change up big time. Mosteller still back there in 6th. Daniel Buttafuoco back to 4th, and now taking a completely different line than Anthony Burrows. Burrows and Lyon, they all go down the inside. Burrows goes wide and drops it down, and that's what's made him close in to the 20 machine. Running that higher line, that's something that Wyatt Tinsley's been doing as well, as second on back continues to drop back. The question is, do you perform the undercut? And if I say you're going to undercut, it's got to be a lap, maybe 2 to Wyatt Tinsley. That will make the difference on closing into him. The only thing is, if they can go ahead and find a way around Wyatt Tinsley, things will change out big time. Dan back to the outside. Johnson still looking back down low. Mosteller to 6th. Spencer Burns back there in 7th. It's lap-to-lap coverage here on NR Night in America. Here comes Caden Rush to the inside. Rush will drive it in deep, and Burns will let him on by. 7th on 8th. That's the switch up. Battle for 2nd. Lyon there with Burrows, there with Buttafuoco, there with Johnson. And who is the driver that was practicing all of speed week? Well, guess what? That was Wyatt Tinsley. And right now he's showing his strength early on. He was running most of the speed week practices, was able to find which line worked best for him early. And a lot of these drivers still struggling to find what works best for them. 2 seconds of difference. 5th through 2nd under 2, and you can see they're all lined up 1, 2, 3, 4. Burrows trying to find a way through, but has not been able to capitalize whatsoever. It's still the 3 of Daniel Buttafuoco lined up and loaded. And Justin's shot back big time. That big shunt to the outside wall has definitely not helped him out at all. Spencer Burns in that 8th spot. Daytona looking to find his way through, but multiple laps down is the 5 machine. Justin Champagne, Joseph Armstrong, Abraham Vila. We talk about Vila being a big threat early on, but so far it has been a long track forward after slamming the outside wall. Back down off corner exit. The battle for 2nd rages on. Lyon, Burrows, and Buttafuoco, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. The line still trying to hold on. Burrows closing on in once again, 197. Out of 367 the difference. And Buttafuoco is there. Through 3 and 4, once again, you can see these drivers trying to take a different line. Burrows wants to do this. If he makes a move to the inside of Lyons, he wants to make sure that he doesn't lose a spot to Buttafuoco. That's what's running through his head right now, because it's very easy to make an aggressive move, and then all of a sudden, next thing you know, you're losing time. We've seen that a lot here tonight. This is where Buttafuoco's got to be smart. He's always taking that line that runs up the track, trying to save those tires. The only thing is, Burrows is going to be very hard to go ahead and find a way around. Lyon, Burrows, Buttafuoco, 2nd, 3rd, 4th. Johnson dropping back just a little bit. It's Burrows taking a high swing to the outside at 3 and 4. And now trying to get a bite down off corner exit. Laps fading away here in the Southern 500. 2 cautions in the books. Lyon still trying to close on in. Wyatt Tinsley. Well, guess what? He's got locked traffic. And that was Joey Stone. River Page again involved in some type of issue. That's really slowed down that 78 machine. Lyons able to close in just a little bit more. 2 seconds back to the difference, and they didn't make up 2:10. So once again, these two drivers will have to find their way through the lap traffic that is currently in front of them. 167 laps to go. As laps fade away here from Darlington, South Carolina. Johnson 5th, Mosteller 6th, Rush there in 7th. Page with a big slide down off corner exit. Burrows looking wheel to wheel down to the inside. This is the battle for position. Lyon on the outside, Burrows downstairs. Chevy on forward once again, and Burrows on a big wiggle down off corner exit, and it will not allow him to find his way through. It's still nose to tail. It's starting to be difficult. You're starting to see these guys try to get all the way down that inside. But Afuco back there in 4th, still watching on. It's nose to tail for him. Anthony Burrows will try it again. It's wheel to wheel Lyon. Lyon on the outside, gets back to the gas. Buttafuoco going back downstairs. And Burrows will work his way back into 2nd position. 2-7 the difference. Now the real question is, when is Daniel Buttafuoco going to go and make a move? Here's the long conga line, and that is DeAngelis. Armstrong, Vila, Champagne, all lined up, nose to tail. Spencer Burns having a nice gap there to Frank. And that's back from 9th on back. Buttafuoco now works his way into 3rd. On the outside is Lyon. He lost a lot of time. And now everyone else starts finding their way around the 6th machine. We saw it too, man. He was holding these guys up a ton. And they've all worked their way through. Johnson back to 5th. The real question is, now that Burrows has all that clean air, should I say not, starts to find his way around Joey Stone. Will Burrows be able to find his way closer to Wyatt Tinsley? So far he is. It's a 2.65, was a 2.7. The real question is, with the consistency and right now a possible new green flag pit stop possibly coming out here soon, things could vary big time. Joey Stone, big slide down off corner exit. And Buttafuoco will hold on to that 3rd place spot. Lyon back there in 4th. 2.67 the difference. Wyatt Tinsley, well, he's catch up to the lap machine. That's William Schmidt. Schmidt has not had the race he's wanted tonight. He's there in the Norm Benning Chevrolet. On the outside, a lot of right side damage for that 57 machine. And so far, he will have to go ahead and ride in line. Burrows will have a big opportunity to make up time here. Dirty air is dumped on the 78. Lined up and loaded, Baker back down into 3 and 4. Alexander Kroenke has worked his way forward. Justin Champagne as well. Champagne in 11th, Armstrong back to 10th. Frank DeAngelis back in that 9th spot. Lined up nose to tail as well. Spencer Burns is still holding on to that top 8, but with Caden Rush in the top 8 as well back there in 7th, you've got to wonder how things will vary. 2.58 the difference. Burrows closing in. Nathan Lyon is on pit road. And he'll be one of the first drivers to bite up inside the top 10, looking for something to go his way. Green flag pit stops, they're back. 2:06, a 3.67. This is going to be the best opportunity to find your way around Wyatt Tinsley. Undercut or overcut. It looks like Lyons goes for the undercut here. Burrows back to a 2.48, Buttafuoco back to a 3.82. And all those drivers trying to work their way forward. A lot of racing still left to go. This is the Into the AM Southern 500. We want to say thank you again to Into the AM for sponsoring this event. If you want to go and get 10% off any of their apparel, go ahead and click the first link down in the description below. Once again, this is the Into the AM Southern 500. 2.47 the difference. Burrows has been closing in, has been knocking on the door, and right now has a big opportunity to catch up to Wyatt Tinsley. You can see right there, Tinsley, all in clean air. That's going to be a big thing, and Burrows able to close in. Well, they're both in clearing air. You can definitely see that 20 machine just a little bit quicker. And now you look at this top 3, you got Buttafuoco. Already shown his speed tonight. Lap traffic has definitely hurt him a little bit. Burrows there in 2nd has shown his speed already, and he's closing in on Wyatt Tinsley before we get down to green flag pit stops. That's a big thing to watch, because that 20 machine, nonetheless, has been faster in turns number 3 and 4 here tonight. See it on the sectors. Not the best sector 1, but it will be a green light sector 2. keep an eye on how things roll here tonight. 2-4-2 the difference. Wyatt Tinsley putting on a clinic. As things continue to roll, you got to wonder when pit road is going to be open for a lot of these guys. But Afuko staying out, known for staying out on long distances. There's going to be Steinmeier down to the inside, back there in 20th. And Steinmeier will work his way past. 2-3-1 the difference for Anthony Burrows. I think Wyatt Tinsley may want to stop the bleeding and possibly undercut as much as he can and force these guys on pit road. And we've seen it before. If you stay out just a little bit too much on that overcut, it's going to bite you bad. And right now, Anthony Burrows with fresh air. Once Tinsley comes in, I would say just go one lap more. Get that one lap fresher tires and try to go in and overcut Wyatt by just one lap. Next thing you know, if you're already fast in the 78, big opportunity for the bound of the lead go between the 20 and the 78. Continue to keep an eye on this one. 2-2 the difference. Wyatt Tinsley continues to lose time and no dirty air right in front of him. You can see it right here. Nothing but clean racetrack in front of that 78 machine. And Anthony Burrows is back to a 2:13. The only thing is he's going to have company. That's going to be Steinmeier downstairs. And Steinmeier will go ahead and slow up Anthony Burrows just for the time being. Here comes Thurston. Another one looking for a way around. This is what is the big struggle. If you're a driver that stays out long term, you have to deal with all these drivers getting their laps back because they came in a little bit earlier. Walker's in, Kroenke's in, Cormentis in, Baker's in. They've all come down and in already. Lyon is in as well. Wickerson is in. These guys are going to have a better opportunity to start, but trying to hold on to your car long term is a big, big struggle. Anthony Burrows looks to possibly going to take the lead if he can close in. He may be able to get under 2 seconds. And that will also go ahead and mean the 4 and the 38 will have to leapfrog the 78. 2-8 the difference now. Burrows is on the move and closing in on Wyatt Tinsley. It doesn't matter how many laps you lead at the beginning, it matters if you lead the last. And right now, Burrows has been experimenting all race. It's been the science fair for him. And so far, he's 6 in second, 2-9 back, consistently closing in. But Afuko has not, on the other hand. This time he has company. This is Baker back downstairs. And actually, this is going to force a wheel-to-wheel. Baker, a lot of nose damage on the 24 machine. As we stay green, he's 2 laps down, back there in 18th. Burrows struggling again, and this time Kroenke got him right through the middle of the corner, and it will be the dagger on the side of time. But here's another thing you gotta notice. Wyatt Tinsley has to deal with 3 back markers finding his way through. Cormentis is 1. Thurston all over the rear end there of the 78. Steinmeier's gonna hold the wheel-to-wheel, and now Thurston's gonna hold the wheel-to-wheel again. A lot of time being lost there for the 78 machine. Tinsley dropping all the way back. And Burrows is back in position. It should be about even when Kroenke finds his way through. Kroenke's going to look right back downstairs. And now TCB will look for a way around. All these drivers have come down pit road. Tinsley will go in and give up that spot and didn't actually lose any time. It looks like they're the 45 at Kroenke. Only thing is, Anthony Burrows back there in second. Now you see TCB having to worry about what's going on. How about the 88 here at Caden Rush back there in 5th. Rush in the 5th place spot. Johnson in the 6th place spot. He's got company as well. Sliding all the way around the track before they come all the way back down and in. 2:15 the difference. Green flag cycle. Well, guess what? It's on. Most of those drivers going 1 lap down. Anthony Burrows finding his way through. Wyatt Tinsley company again. That time, here's a 24 TCB. The gap back to a 2-7 as Burrows starts finding his trend back forward, but Afuko starts dropping back. Spencer Burns is the next one. Remember, they're in the same chat together. Burns and Burrows lined up nose to tail, and Burns will find his way around the outside very easily. Burrows did not lose a little bit of time, not at all. Back to a 2:02. The Southern 500 is getting all the way down towards the end of this one, and we close in lap 2:18 of 367. We continue to watch on as Burrows closes in. The question is, when do you want to pit? Here comes Wyatt Tinsley down and in. Trying to slide his way on pit road. Makes the commitment cone, and it's gonna be a disastrous stop. Wyatt Tinsley misses pit road. He misses it completely. Oh, and this is gonna change the complexity of the race. Anthony Burrows will take the lead. Daniel Buttafuoco to second. He was perfect all night, and that's what makes Darlington great. It takes one mistake for your race to change, and Wyatt Tinsley just threw this one away if we don't get a yellow. Race-changing moment here tonight as they go down the Boeing backstretch. Wyatt Tinsley coming down pit road now. Perfect time for Burrows to come down and in. Not going to happen. Wyatt Tinsley throws it away by a massive margin. Back to fourth when he pits. That's how quick things change here at Darlington. Now you look at it. Burrows is your new race leader. Buttafuoco is back to second. Johnson is back to third. And this is going to be the race-changing moment. If we get a yellow, Tinsley will be stuck in traffic. Wow. Absolutely nuts. And Anthony Burrows will laugh his way back to the line. 221 out of 367. And now Tinsley may need a caution if he comes down now. The only thing is, if he gets trapped one lap down, all the drivers that are one lap down cannot restart in front of the drivers that come down pit road under yellow. Wyatt Tinsley with a big issue. Buttafuoco looks to be coming in this time by. No, he missed it. Daniel Buttafuoco misses pit road as well. Burrows is in. They're handing this race right now to the 20 machine. Buttafuoco with the mistake. Johnson is in. Champagne is in. Armstrong is in as well. White signs going up. Frank D'Angelo staying out. And Daniel Buttafuoco, another one missing pit road. It's so tough to get on here. It's so easy to make a mistake. And now you saw the fastest drivers tonight. Buttafuoco and Wyatt Tinsley both made a big mistake, and now it's a lockup of the three on the right front coming on a pit road. This is why you love long green flag run racing, because anything can change at any given moment. And this puts Frank D'Angelo as your race leader. And things just changed big time. D'Angelis has Wyatt Tinsley behind him. All lined up, trying to find their way around the 67. Trouble, there they go! D'Angelis around, all the way down to the inside. He locks it up, does not hit anything else. We stay green, and it's a disastrous run now for the 67. Wyatt Tinsley may have damage. Thurston is there with Rush. This is wheel to wheel for position, and this continues to get wild throughout the entire night. Tinsley does have right side damage right on the door from what it looks like, but it may not be enough to hurt his run. Frank D'Angelis, the third driver to make a mistake inside the Fast Four. That's what you love about racing. Anything can happen at any given moment. It can be smooth, it can be calm. Next thing you know, everything gets unraveled. Sean Rowe is your new race leader. And a big shuffle about. Wyatt Tinsley coming out behind Anthony Burrows. Anthony Burrows is your new race leader. See, Tinsley's trying to go in and close in as much as he can. This will be a battle for position. Big time charge. Back through 1 and 2 again. Wyatt Tinsley trying to make up as much time as well. Trouble, there they go again. Running into the inside wall. Frank D'Angelis, Jackson Carr on his side. Caution is going to wait for the third time. Third caution out tonight, and this is the bone that Wyatt Tinsley needed. Him and Burrows already pit, and now you got to wonder if you undercut it and you have that big opportunity, you're going to have the track position, but things are going to change. Jackson Carr, a lot of damage. And this will change up everything. Frank D'Angelis may very well be now out of the race. That's the second incident he's been in, and the entire nose is caved in on the Ford. That's going to be it for him. Already had to use a faster pair, and Frank DeAngelis will bring the Kurt Busch Sharpie 97 behind the wall, or he's going to ride around to the end. Third caution is out. Nathan Lyon, the driver that undercut it by a country mile, may very well be your race leader. Let's go see what happened. This is Frank coming on a pit road. Getting the right sides up. Obviously, you didn't see it. Now this is coming off a pit road. See the 97 downstairs. Came back on the racing side. Oh, man! Wyatt Tinsley got in the rear end there of River Page. And look at the wreck avoidance by everyone else to get their way through. That was on the driver of the number 78. Could it be frustration? We'll see it again. See Wyatt's there. River Page. Oh, I don't think that was frustration. River was having a big issue and just ran right into in a tough break for Frank DeAngelis. Jackson Carr, nowhere to go. He hit the outside wall first, comes back down, and look at Caden Rush for him in the UPS machine. Has not been able to sniff the lead, but he definitely got his way through that one. James Thurston sliding his way through and finding his way through without any problems. And it is heartbreak central for the driver of the number 97. Frank DeAngelis with an opportunity to go to victory lane here in the Southern 500. May very well be out of the question now if that faster pair was used. Joseph Armstrong coming back down on pit road. Kevin Champagne there as well as they continue to go ahead and cycle on through. What a night we have here. A fun night. It's the Into the AM Southern 500. It's 10:39 on the East Coast, and we are getting ready for another restart. This goes your top two. Burrows, Rush, Fast Four, Johnson, Buttafuoco, Ryan, Rowe, Wyatt Tinsley, and Vila is your top 8. Wyatt Tinsley, for the first time tonight, will be stuck in traffic. Now we get to see how he can go ahead and find his way through on speed. And no doubt about it, a storm is brewing over South Carolina. And I hate to make the comparison to a stick and ball sport, because I feel like in racing you just cannot do that. Very sacrilegious. But one thing that you love about racing, when it comes down to consistency, you put down a set amount of laps, even if it's a lot. It reminds me just a little bit of baseball. A baseball game can be 0-0 up until the bottom of the ninth, and it takes one player to hit a drive in a deep left field, and all of a sudden, everything changes. A knock behind the runner puts a runner in scoring position on third. In racing, you can have the same driver lead over 200 laps, and then all of a sudden, one mistake changes it all. Next thing you know, you're talking about a new group of drivers up front. You're talking about a new group of machines ready to pounce and go at it. All of a sudden, the complexity of this race changes. And this is where we are right now. With the lights off on the top of the pace car, we get ready for the restart. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to go back green. The Southern 500, living up to the hype, no doubt about it. And we're very thankful to everyone that has tuned in so far tonight. Let's get ready to go racing. Burrows, Rush, Buttafuoco, and Johnson, that's your new Fast Four. 1 Ford, 3 Chevys. Just over 130 laps to go. We're green once more from Darlington. Burrows with an amazing start. Rush's wheel to wheel here at Buttafuoco. Buttafuoco around that outside trouble. There they go. The 10 down to the apron sideways. Wyatt Tinsley's involved. Spencer Burns gets tagged. The caution is going to wave again. Daniel Mosteller with a lot of damage down into 1 and 2. And the 4th caution will wave on the night. How the wheels have derailed off the 78 here tonight. Went from perfect to now a disastrous run around lap 230. Wyatt Tinsley is now going to have to go ahead and dig himself out of the biggest hole of the night. Runs into Justin Champagne, and I don't think Champagne's happy about it, and he's going to turn the 78 around. Tempers flaring on a Friday night. Wow. Oh, man. Caution is out for the 4th time, and it has gotten wild. No doubt about it. Well, you got to go ahead and watch that replay now. The dominant car of the day will now be forced to use this fast repair. Let's see what happened. Oh, man, that was lying right there. Got right in the back end of the 10 of Sean Rowe. And there was just nowhere to go from there. Look at the 4. What a hit to the outside. Driver's sign goes to 78. I don't think Wyatt Tinsley meant to hit Justin. I think he just hit him on accident, but Justin obviously did not like that. Man, how things change and how things change quick. Look at Lyon downstairs, gets right into Sean Rowe with the 10. The 10 is able to hold on to it for now. All of a sudden, it goes all the way down to the inside. Michael Cormentis is in the outside lane to his advantage. Does a really good job of driving around the outside. Lyon gets into the 10 once again. Nowhere for Wyatt Tinsley to go. Nowhere for Daniel Mosto to go. And this is what we feared, a restart wreck, that it would happen at some point here tonight, and it did. Spencer Burns may have been tagged on the right side. Big shunt there from the 4 into the outside safer barrier. Spencer Burns maybe with the save of the race. Are you kidding me? How did he avoid that one? We're gonna have to go ahead and ride gyro with him. Watch this all the way through. Did get hit on the right side, but it could have been much worse for the 40 machine. Caution is out. Thurston, a lot of damage. The question is he out of the race? We may have to find out. Buttafuoco 2nd. Rush back to 3rd. Johnson back to the 4th place position. It is going to change up big time from here, because now the most dominant car of the night is on a wrecker. We'll have to go in and be forced to use a fast repair. This shuffles everything about. It will be Buttafuoco versus Burrows. Now, 2 of the 3 most dominant drivers tonight will go nose to tail. Buttafuoco trying to become the first driver to join the 3-time club. He is now in 2nd. Rush back to 3rd. Johnson back to 4th. What a night we have had so far. And it looks like netcode was definitely the reason there for Wyatt Tinsley. What a heartbreak there. I still think he has the speed to find his way through the lot traffic. But man, is it going to be tough. And man, do we have a restart to give you. Ladies and gentlemen, a storm is brewing over South Carolina. Let's get ready for the restart. Burrows versus Buttafuoco. Buttafuoco in the Dale Sr. throwback. Burrows in the Tony Stewart throwback to his rookie season. Johnson and Rush. That's 3rd and 4th. Cormentis and Lyon. 5th and 6th. Burns, Vila, top 8. Let's get ready to try it again. If you enjoyed this great race in action and you want to see more, make sure you drop a like on tonight's stream. And make sure you subscribe and notifications on, because NR Night in America never disappoints. And now it's time to go back racing. Everyone else on their feet once again. A restart wreck. 4 cautions in. It changes everything. 2 cautions back to back. Burrows, Buttafuoco, Johnson, and Rush. That's your fast 4. Grab a gear. One more time. Let the thunder run loud. Here from Darlington, we're green once more. Burrows is shot out of the cannon. Johnson on the outside, Buttafuoco downstairs. So on that wheel-to-wheel. Johnson all the way up the track, nearly to the 3 of Dan. 3 wide. Nathan Lyon squeezing his way through turns number 3 and 4. What a run there by the 6. Johnson had to chase up the track, had to hold on to it. Now Burns, wheel-to-wheel there with Rush. Rush trying to hold on. See Cormentis all the way down that inside. Nathan Lyon closing in on Burrows. 82 the difference, nose to tail. Buttafuoco back to 3rd. 42 Avila downstairs there on Cormentis. That's wheel-to-wheel for position. Buttafuoco's lined up and loaded, knows he has an opportunity to find his way around Lyon. Definitely a little bit better on the longer runs. Anthony Burrows brings the 20 out front. Lyon now looking to close in the gap, back to a 7-3. Chasing it down off corner exit. Buttafuoco's closing on in. This ain't over here for the 3 machine. Looking for an opportunity, riding on board. 74 the difference. Johnson back to 4th. Buttafuoco's doing a really good job of just staying conservative all the way through that corner. You can see Lyon closing in there on Burrows. Nathan Lyon with a big opportunity to close in and take the lead for the first time tonight. And Burrows is right now knowing that gap is back down to a 5-7. Ford is back on their feet. Ford is back on a roll. Back down off corner exit. Burrows, Lyon, Buttafuoco, and Johnson. That's the fast 4. It's a huge mosh pit from about 8th on back. Kroenke there with Kevin Champagne. Champagne will work his way all the way up to 10th. Finding his way through. Nathan Lyon has the gap back to a 4-5. Spencer Burns blinking his way into 4th. Keep an eye on this right now. You can see these guys doing a really good job just holding on to it. 241, a 367. Lyon is back to a 297. Now 25. Closing on in, and Dan is saving the tires. Big move here by the 3. You know they're going to go wheel to wheel. Lyon wants to take that top spot. The Mark Martin throwback versus the Tony Stewart throwback. That's 1 and 2. Back down off corner exit. 141 turns to 142 and a 367. Lyon is there. Everyone else back on their feet as they work their way into 1 and 2. The 6 machine has clawed his way into 2nd. Burrows still there and not able to find a way around just yet. Goes to 6. Drawing back just a little bit. This will be a battle for position. Here comes Spencer Burns. Burns looking to win his first ever e-ticket event. And he's trying to get it from Darlington, South Carolina. His first win at NR Night in America came here from Darlington, and now he runs for the first time inside the Fast 4. That's what makes long races great. You never know what's going to happen. It gives these drivers enough time to find a way through and let the race play out. And it has definitely played out big time as Burrows is still your race leader. Lyon's back to a 2-5, maybe a 2-3, trying to close in here on the 20. Back down off corner exit. Now back to an 18. He's there. He's closing. He's quicker than the 20 for now. The question is, if you get wheel to wheel, what does Buttafuoco do back there in 3rd? What does Burns do back there in 4th? Everyone lined up nose to tail once again. 19 the difference. Nathan Lyon can't find his way through. Buttafuoco closing his way in again. A big opportunity right here for these guys to stick with that nose to tail. The only thing is, Lyon, you can see him chasing up the track, trying to get some type of drive down off corner exit. Won't work this time, but it will work for Buttafuoco. Buttafuoco driving it in deep once again. Lyon driving it off corner exit, keeping the 3-5. Top 4 nose to tail. And Wyatt Tinsley has worked his way up to the 16th position. He wants to go ahead and get this race back. He's going to need a yellow if he wants them to go his way. I guarantee you right now, the top four, they do not want to see a single caution come out for the rest of this race. Here comes Spencer Burns. Burns to the inside of 3 and 4. Ford versus Bowtie. Not able to get it down off corner exit. That 3 had just had that great run coming down off. Top 4 under a blanket, now under a 5.9. Buttafuoco has been closing in non-stop. Down the backstretch. And down into 3 and 4, and I think if I'm not mistaken, we did just hear it. Frank DeAngelis has blown an engine, and his race is done. He will not be victorious in the Southern 500. That's it for him. Lyon trying to go ahead and close in as much as he can, but Buttafuoco still quicker. And Spencer Burns has been stalking his prey. That is Daniel Buttafuoco all night long. 2-4-8 the difference. That's within the top 4. Lyon trying to get everything he can. Back to a 3-6. Dan's 5-6 back. You see Burns is now 6-6 back, trying to go ahead and make something worth its while. The only thing is, you can see it's still going to be tough to pass, and what makes this car great, 750 horsepower, small blade, big engine. That's going to be a big opportunity for these drivers to showcase their skills. And right now, that's exactly what's going on. Burrows 3.9 the difference. Wyatt Tinsley now up to the 14th spot. He is on the move. Here comes Spencer Burns downstairs. Burns finds his way through Buttafuoco. There's Wyatt back in 14th. Had to use the fast repair, and is now trying to find his way around TCB. Down the backstretch. Burns finds his way into 3rd. The Silver Bullet is looking to find his way to victory lane, but right now he'll have to find his way around Nathan Lyon. That 40's gone better and better as the night has rolled on. I mean, you saw he started all the way in the back. We were talking about at one point Spencer Burns being 16th, 15th, 14th. I thought rolling in, for sure he's going to be one of those drivers that are going to be tough to go ahead and peak. And guess what? He's now shown it all the way back there in that 3rd spot. Down off corner exit. And then back down through 3 and 4, 5, 6 the difference. Lyon is fading big time, but is also fading right in the clutches there in the 40. Just got to keep an eye on that because Burns is getting quicker as the night goes on. Caden Rush back there in 6. Last time went to Darlington and NR Night in America, he won it. Burns running wide all the way near the outside safer barrier. And nearly catching the outside wall, kept his foot in it. And right now he's still lined up nose to tail, but Anthony Burrows trying to check out as much as he can. They're back nose to tail once again. Abraham Vila started this race out strong, had a big hit to the outside wall around halfway through, has found his way back up to 7th. And Kevin Champagne has now found his way to 9th. It's been a big shuffle, and the battle box will show you who has been shuffled around the most. Joseph Armstrong up 30 spots, most inside the top 15. Let me phrase that. Nathan Lyon up 34, and Burrows, if I'm not mistaken, up 36 spots from the start of this race. So 3 drivers have been up 30 spots since the beginning. Still a lot of racing left to show. Lyon, Burns, Buttafuoco. Buttafuoco may want that spot back, and that 3 is showing it down on the inside. He's gonna kick it right back to that rear end. Drivers trying to use the entire racetrack. Also know if we get another green flag cycle, it could be big. Burns still back there in 3rd. Lyons back to 7th. 5, 6 the difference. Now back to a 5-1. Lyon is closing in just a little bit. You gotta wonder how much is Burrows the same, and based on tires, trying to see it right now, has really stopped the bleeding, but Burns is there, and Burns has gone significantly quicker than the top 2. Spencer Burns still going to try to find his way through, but he's got to find his way through the machine in front. Here's Joseph Armstrong holding on there with Kevin Champagne. That's 8th and 9th. And Kevin Champagne was a big threat in the daytime, but now as we've gone completely into the night hours, you can definitely see that night machine has gotten quicker as the night has gone on as well. A lot of change between drivers as things continue to roll. 6th the difference. Now back to a 5-9. Lyon is fading. Burns is there, looking for an opportunity. Now Spencer Burns going to be stalking big time. Down the backstretch, lap 257 out of 367. Ladies and gentlemen, we are approaching the 100 laps to go mark. And this will go ahead and no doubt about it be the finish. Wyatt Tinsley has worked his way up to 11th. He's made up the most time so far out of anyone. Would like to find his way into victory lane. Burns top side down into 1 and 2. Lyons still right in front of him. This 6th machine struggling big time down off corner exit. It may have caught in the wall. That 40 machine continues to blink. Definitely an internet issue there on the 40 of Burns. 7-6 the difference. Lyon fading. Burns closing in all over the rear end there. The 6th machine now goes for the wheel-to-wheel down to 1 and 2. And Spencer Burns is in the catbird seat here at Darlington. It has to make up 119. Coming down off corner exit, did not get to carry the forward momentum because he was wheel-to-wheel. Now Lyon is losing even more time. Matafuco will be looking for a way around. Spencer Burns into 2nd. Austin G. Johnson, wheel-to-wheel with Buttafuoco. Dan sliding up the track. Closing in on 100 to go. Here from Darlington, Burns 1-2-8 back. And now we'll try to find that way closing in. He does down off corner exit. 1-2-4 back. Spencer Burns on the fast track to take the lead. This is wheel-to-wheel for 3rd. Buttafuoco downstairs. Lyon to the outside, safer barrier. Still wheel-to-wheel as they work their way down off 4. Austin G. Johnson looks to get the 2-for-1 special. Finds his way, how about not? Lyon all the way up to the safer barrier. Still holding on, Caden Rush is there as well. Rush, Vila, all in the Hornet's Nest. Back through 3 and 4. Caden Rush on the outside of Johnson. And both drivers are still looking for that wheel-to-wheel back down off corner exit. Spencer Burns, 137. Lost some time, may have caught the outside safer barrier. We will be able to get a read here in just a moment. And it looks like he did not. This is still the wheel-to-wheel you want to watch. That's Lyon on the outside, all the way up near the wall. Loses 1, loses 2, loses 3 spots in half a straightaway. It starts fading outside the top 6. And it's gone from bad to worse for the driver of the Valvoline Ford. Armstrong down on that inside. Armstrong trying to find his way through. They still hold the wheel-to-wheel. Kevin Champagne right in front of Wyatt Tinsley. How about the comeback story? Tinsley, after being forced to use a faster pair, is back up to the 10th place position. Driving right behind Kevin Champagne. See Champagne down low there with Lyon. Side by side, Caden Rush. There with Austin G. Johnson. Johnson back to 5th, Rush into 4th. And they will clear themselves right in front of Abraham Vila. Burns continues to fade. Johnson wide, it's still Vila downstairs. It's time to get that kick out. I think Burns really wore those tires. I'm trying to find through those guys, and we saw it before on the start of this restart. Burrows is able to find his way through. Vila to 5th, Rush holds on to 4th. Here comes Austin G. Johnson again down on the inside. And now comes Joseph Armstrong. Tinsley is there as well. Wyatt Tinsley back downstairs. Has now found his way up the 7th. See, Michael Cormetz is back there as well, just trying to hold on. Jason Dodonna has fallen off of a cliff. Buttafuoco has not been able to close in to Burns nor Burrows. This time by just 101 laps to go into the AM Southern 500. We continue to watch the mosh pit as Tinsley's up the 7th. That 78 is going to need a prayer of a caution. The only thing is, we may be in a tire lottery. We get a caution now. Some of these guys will not be able to go all the way. Rush versus Vila. Vila to the high side of 1 and 2 is in the wall. The 42 slides down to the inside. And it's going to be able to hold on to it. Rush takes 4th right back. And now Johnson wants to give Rush a run for his money. War Machine doing a really good job just watching on. Burns has dropped off at an immense rate to the point Daniel Buttafuoco has closed on in. This is the new battle for 2nd. Burrows is going to go ahead and have dirty air. That's from Gavin Austin, but it won't be enough to really go ahead and give it justice. Look at the run the 3 is given on the silver bullet. Burns gets out of the way. And he's coming to pit road. We're going to be under a fuel mileage race, if I'm not mistaken. They're pitting this early. Burns with a massive undercut. Caden Rush with a massive undercut as well. Kevin Champagne is in. Ladies and gentlemen, we may be under a tire/fuel lottery for the remainder of this race. Wow. Strategy, that's what it's going to come down to. Anthony Burrows, your race leader. He's out of no man's land. Most of these guys all came down to pit. Burrows out by a country mile. Wyatt Tinsley gets that 3rd spot back. We get a caution, and Wyatt Tinsley is right back up front. What a run we're going to see here. This race can very easily come down to strategy if it goes green all the way. The 38's coming off. That's Wilkerson. 2-8 the difference. Burrows staying out. Buttafuoco staying out. Wilkerson in the penny machine. He's staying out as well. And these guys on a big opportunity moment right here. Vila is in. Walker is in. Johnson is in. Johnson working his way this time by. 2-8 makes the difference, and we are under a crunch, ladies and gentlemen. Your leader now could very easily be a driver that finishes 8th, depending on how strategy runs in. This is what makes Darlington special, and it's live right now. Here we go, Armstrong finding his way through. Burrows trying to get his way through. Looks like he's coming to pit road this time by. He's going to play the safe game, no doubt about it. Real question is, can these guys go 100 laps on fuel? Buttafuoco is in as well, and they're going to have to go ahead and cut again and come to pit road. Buttafuoco in, Burrows in, new race leader, Wyatt Tinsley. Joseph Armstrong is in 2nd. And Toyota's gonna go 1-2. Kroenke inside the top 3. First time tonight for him. Mosteller finds back the fast 4 once again. Joseph Armstrong versus Wyatt Tinsley. A tale as old as time. We've seen this one before, but this time we're gonna see it on strategy. If you're just joining in, you're wondering, what do you mean Wyatt Tinsley is your new race leader? Well, you missed a big moment of the race where Tinsley had to use a fast repair and also missed pit road. Now, Tinsley regains the lead with Armstrong in 2nd. Everyone else has already come down pit road. How about this one? Spencer Burns, your provisional race leader. That's big. Burrows got caught up in the pits. You see him there. Caden Rush rolling his way through as well. Burns with the strategy run, and that's the Penn State education right there for the Silver Bullets. Burns, provisional race leader, sitting in 8th. Wyatt Tinsley staying out as long as he can, looking for a prayer, looking for a caution. Wilkerson, Lyon, they both find their way through. And Armstrong has closed in big time. Wyatt Tinsley had to run his way through traffic, tearing up the tires. Here comes Spencer Burns down on the bottom. Burns gets to the rear end of Armstrong. He's going to go wheel to wheel. 7-6 back. Now 7-5. Armstrong trying to close in on Wyatt. You're going to see the speed difference right here. Spencer Burns is able to unlap Wyatt Tinsley with himself. That's going to be big, and it just happened. Burns is back on the lead lap. Burns is your provisional leader, and Anthony Burrows is now sitting on provisional P2. Big if this goes green all the way. What a race, what a night, what an e-ticket event. Something always gets dicey, and it's very much getting dicey now. Wyatt Tinsley staying out as long as he can. I think he's going to run to the end of the field mileage. Same with Joseph Armstrong. They want that track position. And here comes Daniel Buttafuoco. Nose to tail there with Austin G. Johnson. And who's in front of them? Well, guess what? Caden Rush and Anthony Burrows. Burrows is there. Lined up with Zach Tondriff. Burrows is going to unlap himself. 3 seconds back to Spencer Burns. Wyatt Tinsley up the track big time, and everyone will find their way through. Him and Joseph Armstrong staying out. I think they're going to try to make it on a one-stop. That's what we're seeing right here. The strategy of a one-stop versus a two-stop. Drake Berry forcing Wyatt Tinsley wide. Wheel to wheel, this will be the battle for the lead. Joseph Armstrong downstairs, Wyatt Tinsley on the outside. It's going to be the one-stop versus a two-stop since the restart. All the drivers, they will have to make one more stop here tonight. Wyatt Tinsley and Armstrong, knowing that they make it now and have track position late, they could come out the race winners. Which means Burns, Burrows, and Rush will have to try their heart out right after they come down pit road again. There's a wreck all the way down into 3 and 4. Spencer Burns is involved. Caution is going to wave again, and this is going to be the bone Wyatt Tinsley will need. More involved. Nathan Lyon, Sean Rowe. And now they will all have to pit together. Wyatt Tinsley, no doubt about it, will regain the race lead. This is Dominguez. There in the 28. And we're going to see what happened with him. I don't know if it was his fault or not. Saw damage on the nose there, the two. That's Joey Soda all the way in front. And we had a strategy run for the century right there. I think that's going to be Steinmeier downstairs. No, it's just Dominguez. That guy. Wow, are you serious? Let's see it again. He just hit the wall on his own, or was it netcode? He just hit the wall on the straightaway and possibly just ruined Spencer Burns' race. Yeah, you got to be more cognizant than that. That's just embarrassing. You're for an e-ticket. We'll remember that one for sure. That's horrible. Wow. Just hit the wall on the straightaway. And the 28 will go ahead and put Spencer Burns in a hole. That's just embarrassing right there. And this will change everything. Two Fords getting collected. Nowhere for Nathan Lyon to go as well. They were on the best strategy run of the night. This will, no doubt about it, hand Burrows back up front. Burns will have to use a fast repair. Pit road's wide open. just like that, this will reshuffle everything. Some of these drivers coming back down, and Wyatt Tinsley will regain the lead. And the strategy will go ahead and reshuffle. Caution is out, 5th time tonight. There's just nowhere for Spencer Burns to go after that. Wyatt, Armstrong, Mosteller, and Wilkerson, that's your new Fast Four. Rush, Johnson, Burrows, Buttafuoco. As we get ready to try it again. Let's get ready to go back racing. Now the question is, does anyone have anything for Wyatt Tinsley? Tinsley has been spared. Armstrong now into 2nd, with Mosteller back there in 3rd. Let's get ready to go back at it. Ladies and gentlemen, late race restart. As we get ready to try it again, this time by, it's the one to go. .284 and a 367. And now it's time for a late race charge. Mosteller and Wilkerson up front with Tinsley and Armstrong. I think Armstrong's not going to allow this 78 to get away on this restart. Keep an eye on him. Usually the driver on the bottom has not been able to get the run down through 3 and 4 like others. Burns is back on the track with a faster pair, this time back in 17th. Tinsley rewarded with staying out the longest. Same with Joseph Armstrong. They now have the track position. Let's get ready to try it again. Everyone back on their feet. The drama tonight, the mistakes tonight have given this race something to remember. Now the question is, will the dominant driver be defeated, or will something change here late? Let's go green once again. Armstrong nose to tail down into 1 and 2. Wilkerson's lined up, all those drivers on the track. Trying to find a bite down off corner exit trouble. Austin G. Johnson down below the apron. Losing a ton of spots. Armstrong fading to Wyatt Tinsley. Half a second behind. That's Dan, that's Burrows. Their nose to tail once again back down into 1 and 2. Those are the drivers that we know have the best shot at catching that 78. They will have to pit one more time. This race is not over. Through 3 and 4. Mosteller looking to find the far way around Wilkerson. Wilkerson plants it on the bottom. Laps fading away, 287 to 367. Armstrong just does not have the speed. He didn't have the speed all night, and now it's showing. 86 the difference. Tinsley is getting away. And this is still a strategy race. No doubt about it. The question is, when do you want to go out and pit? And the real question is after that, when will time run out? Burrows there with Buttafuoco. That's nose to tail. Armstrong known for being a long run driver. 8-2 the difference. Tinsley starts to fade just a little through center. Wilkerson's all over that 11. Daniel Mosteller there in 4th. Trying to give it a run for the money. 8 the difference, and nothing has changed. 289 out of 367. Spencer Burns finding his way through. Found his way around Sean Rowe. Rowe all the way down to the inside. Jumping all the way back. Trouble, there goes TCB. And a single car spin down to the inside, and the Jurassic Park machine will come to a stop, but it's off the racing surface. We stay green. Oh, and there goes Vila. The 42 around, right in the middle of the field. The caution is going to wave again. Lap 290, a 367, and they will be racked up again. Wow. And that will be the 6th caution of the night. Things are changing. That tide is turning. And Armstrong will have another shot at it. Let's watch back. I'm going to actually look back at TCB at first. Lined up there with Crocky, onto the outside. Oh man, he just hit the wall on his own. We're starting to see a lot of these drivers, again, that fatigue. Just slid it all the way down to the inside and bam, right to the outside wall. Locks it down low, and this is where Johnson and Vila got into it. Johnson on the outside. Oh man, just turned him. Abraham Vila having a great run, and I don't think he held the brake on purpose. He just reversed it into the one machine. And Johnson was involved in that one as well. Watch this again. Johnson's there on the outside. Vila's trying to squeeze. They make contact. And Johnson's like, you know what? You're not going to go ahead and just clear me like that, including this late into the race. Gets the 42 to nose it into the wall. The rear end lifts off the rear end of the bow tie. Next thing you know, Johnson lost speed. Burns finds his way through. And Vila gasses it up in reverse and just catches him in the right rear. You have all these tires left due to the long green flag runs we've had the entire race. Do you come in? The answer, it's yes. Buttafuoco second. There with Wyatt Tinsley. They elect to stay out. Everyone else has come down in, and we still have a tire strategy. We're going to ask the admins here in a moment, what's the tire and fuel strategy looking like? Armstrong comes out third, and Daniel Buttafuoco will have an opportunity to duel the 78 here for the win. And the real question is, which of the Dark Knights will rise right here? It's the Man in Black, MTJ in the 78. Should we say the Men in Black? Because the 3 of Daniel Buttafuoco has the Dale Earnhardt iconic black and silver. We will get a read here in just a moment. And everyone is wondering, do we have one more set left? And this is telling the tale. They're running down on the apron. Ladies and gentlemen, let it ring loud and say it in the chat. We are under a fuel lottery. They cannot make it to the end. Nobody can make it to the end unless they save. Oh boy, all right. This is gonna be a run to the finish. We are getting word they are 8 laps short. Ladies and gentlemen, just 8 laps short. And you can see right now Armstrong is going to try to make it all the way to the finish. With us running under pace laps, that's going to go ahead and allow that fuel to be a little bit better. Ladies and gentlemen, sound the siren, because it's the one to go. If we do not see another yellow, things could be changed around quick. We are under a fuel lottery. Let's go do it, the one to go. Let's get ready to go back racing. Wyatt Tinsley versus Daniel Buttafuoco. Can Dan make it to the finish? Who's gonna save? Who's gonna go to victory lane? Ladies and gentlemen, let's find out. Everyone else back on their feet. Lap 294, a 367. Pace car makes a hard left on a pit road. Through the restart zone one more time. Toyota versus Chevy. If this goes green, we got a wild race ahead. Let's go do it again. Buttafuoco spun the tires. Wilkerson is tagged. And he's into the outside wall, and upside down caution is gonna wave again. And everyone went fighting for that top spot. And it once again brings the question, if they were 8 laps short, how short are they now with a restart wreck? They're all fighting for that top spot. Burrows with a wild, wild hit. One driver went up and over. And it'll be Tinsley, Buttafuoco, Armstrong, Mosteller. And we will get ready to watch the replay. Let's see it. That was Wilkerson on the outside. Did he come down? I think he did. You can see, watch the lines. Dan held his line. Wilkerson did not, and he got sent into the stratosphere. You can see the 20 of Burrows involved. One of the fastest drivers tonight. He's led a bunch of laps. And what does this also allow to come forward? Spencer Burns is back in this race. And now, instead of 8 laps short, they'll be 3 to 4 laps short. 100 laps to go. Ladies and gentlemen, the fuel mileage just got better. It's going to be a fuel lottery for the ages. Multiple times have we been put in position to have a fuel mileage race in an e-ticket event. Multiple times has it come apart. And Wilkerson, the little driver that could, that's brand new to NR, has now gone ahead and put it on pit road. His race may be done. Burrows is on pit road. And these guys are trying to save as much as they can to get to the finish. This time by, we're going to show it. The one to go. And they're going to be 3 to 4 laps short. Man, this is going to be a tough one, but we can't leave out the fact that we have tire problems too. What about the tire issues? With the worn tires coming into play, can they save the tires as well? Well less than 100 laps remaining. We're closing in, under 70 to go, and this will be it. They're calling it. The admins have called it. Relaxed yellows are on. And they want to see this one run all the way to the finish. They do not want to see an overtime run. So that means if you're a back marker, you will not be throwing a bone with a caution. This very much could be the last restart. Burns up the 5th. Rush to 6. Let's try it again. And they're saying that there was lag on that restart wreck, but those are the most vulnerable spots at Darlington for an incident. Let's try it again. Tinsley versus Buttafuoco. Mosteller versus Armstrong. Who's gonna win the Into the AM Southern 500? Let's find out. We're green once again. Tinsley shot out of a cannon. Mosteller allowing Buttafuoco in line. Burns not allowing Armstrong. Enforced wide. Down off corner exit. Burns to the inside, wheel to wheel with Armstrong. 40 trying to slide up in front of the 11. Not able to get it done. Now is able to clear. Burns into fourth. Rush wheel to wheel with Armstrong. Trying to hold on to it. Daniel Mosteller starts fading. Burns into third. Buttafuoco trying to close back in on Wyatt Tinsley. We are under a fuel lottery. If you're just joining in, welcome. This is going to be the finish. Buttafuoco still holding on. 40 back. Now make it 39. He's one of the fastest guys going to compete with Wyatt Tinsley. Spencer Burns under a second. Down off corner exit. Buttafuoco trying to close in. Demos drops back to fifth. Rush into fourth. The fast four drivers may as well be the fastest four drivers tonight. Unless you include Burrows, who's all the way back there in 14th. See big right here. When do you want to start saving? Oh, Buttafuoco on the wall. Slots it with the right side. Mosteller losing time. He is saving fuel. The 25 is on the fuel mileage. Some of these guys aren't wanting to save fuel just right away until in case we get a late race restart. Wyatt Tinsley looking for a second e-ticket event win. Buttafuoco 6-7 back. Spencer Burns is going to try everything here. He's 1-7 in, and right now Rush is 2-7. Rush is back on the move. Buttafuoco is closing. 6-5 the difference. Demos has found an area where he can go in and save fuel and not go ahead and warrant anything to not go his way. Laps fading away here from Darlington. 6-5 the difference. Rush was peeking, looking for an opportunity. Now looks back around the outside. Burns still able to slap it down the inside. 6-8 the difference for Daniel Buttafuoco. He's closing in on Wyatt Tinsley. I think Tinsley's saving. Let's go inside of the 78 and listen. He's not full throttle. Very much out of the gas. Buttafuoco is going to try to contest the 78. And Tinsley's not running it hard at all. And Burns is there, trying to go ahead and close in. What a race we've had tonight. Half a second the difference. Buttafuoco all the way to the outside. Back down off corner exit. Frank DeAngelis back on the racing surface. Back down to a 4-7. He's closing in on Wyatt. This is not over whatsoever. Wyatt trying to kick it back down off corner exit. Here comes Kane and Rush. Rush trying to close in on Burns. 9's the difference for the top three. They're doing a great job of just holding it all together. 109, and now the top four looks to go under a second. Mosteller back to fifth. Armstrong back to sixth. Cormentis, Rowe, Kroenke all lined up and loaded. Burrows is gaining. Burns is gaining. Everyone chasing Wyatt Tinsley back to 1 and 2. See big right here to see what that 40 machine can do. He's got laser lock right on the drivers in front of him. The only thing is, Kane and Rush does not let a single lap tonight. This could be the difference. Buttafuoco has company. It's Burns down low. Everyone here at Darlington, the sold-out virtual crowd gets back on their feet. The battle for seconds getting ready to rage on. Buttafuoco up the track. Burns is there, sliding down off corner exit. 47 the difference. And here comes Caden Rush. Can Spencer Burns find his way around Dan? Buttafuoco holding on to the 3 machine. See Wyatt Tinsley's wanting in the battle behind. He wants to see that wheel to wheel. Tinsley powering it down off corner exit. Buttafuoco's able to gain to a 4-2. Here they go. Wheel to wheel for second. Burns downstairs. Rush into 4th. Spencer Burns in the catbird seat once again. It's going to be the battle of the comeback story. Wyatt Tinsley forced to use his faster pair early. Same with Spencer Burns. Both drivers were online to win this race at some point tonight if we didn't get another yellow. Now they're 1-2. Here comes Rush to the inside of Buttafuoco. What a night it's been, and we still have a fuel lottery. Mosteller dropping back, trying to save fuel. Spencer Burns, will the fuel hold up? Will the speed hold up for the Silver Bullet? Trying everything, we go back gyro. Just watch the amount of power he gets down off corner exit. Wyatt Tinsley, massive wiggle down off corner exit. And now here comes Spencer Burns. The dominating performance by the 78 will be at jeopardy. As Spencer Burns has gone faster as the night has rolled on, the gap is down to a 2-8. What a night, what a drive. 2-6 the difference. Down off corner exit, Tinsley plowing down off corner exit, lost a lot of speed. Here comes Burns. Spencer's gonna try to give it his all right here. Was so close to winning the Brickyard 400, so close to winning Chicagoland. This may be his best shot to get it done and enter the elite group of NR Night in America. 11 the difference, down into 1-2. Furniture Row versus the Silver Bullet. When does Burns make the move? They're driving hard right now, and Caden Rush is there in 3rd. This ain't over yet for that 88. What a night it's been, no doubt about it. 315 of 367. Burns back to a 16, back to a 14, washing all the way up the track. Nine's the difference. Tinsley all the way up against the safer barrier. Now here comes Burns, driving it in deep. Right to that quarter panel, has got to hold on. Watts fading away. Burns with the blink. Now with the wheel to wheel. Spencer Burns, Wyatt Tinsley, battle for the lead, back into 1-2. Caden Rush is there as well. Rush has closed on in. He's looking to go back-to-back in NR Night in America for an E-ticket event. What a drive it has been for this top 3. What a Southern 500 it has been for the viewers watching back at home. Nice the difference again. No one's sitting down as they work their way back into 1-2. 12's the difference. 11's the difference now. Wyatt Tinsley has company. It's 2 Fords. He washes up the track. Burns drives it in deep. Side by side once again. Burns, Rush, all chasing Wyatt Tinsley. Tinsley is struggling. Burns is trying to give this all once again back down the backstretch. Everyone's standing up. This is what Darlington is all about. Spencer Burns in the quarter panel, watching Wyatt Tinsley wide. Caden Rush watching on for 3rd. Relaxed yellows are on. This could very much be the finish if they can make it to the end on fuel. Nose to tail, down the back. 9's the difference. Caden Rush trying everything to find his way through. Burns feels the pressure from behind, but sees the glory up front. Back down on turn number 4 again. Burns gets it his all. 9's the difference. Looks for 8. Can't get it. And now may look for the wheel, but won't get it as well. It's going to come down to the wire. Caden Rush stalking his prey in front. Here comes Burns to the inside. Going for it again. Through 3 and 4. Burns tries to clear. Tinsley hammers it back down. Wheel to wheel back down on 4. Spencer Burns, new race leader from Darlington. And Rush finds his way into second. What a race. What a drive. And now, when Toyota was at its dominant point early, it's Ford 1-2 with less than 40 to go. Or should we say around 40 to go? And there's still a fuel lottery. Rush slides Tinsley back to second. Spencer Burns is pulling away back down the start-finish line. Can they make it to the end? That's the question. Pit road. It's busy. Schmidt is in. Daytona is in. I think Tinsley's going to try to go all the way. No doubt about it. What a night, what a drive we've seen thus far. Wyatt Tinsley losing time again. Here comes Caden Rush to the bottom. That's a Daniel Buttafuoco. The Silver Bullet is going to try to find its way to victory lane. Tinsley sliding off corner exit again. It's Wilkerson all the way down to the inside. 6-8 the difference. Burns with a blink out. Having internet issues all night long, but he's out in open air, so they hold on to it. The 38, Steinmeier, came down pit road. Now is back in 20th. 7-2 the difference. Caden Rush has company. And that could have been disastrous. Wilkerson on new tires. They're probably telling him to back off. As now Mosteller is closed back into a 2-3. Really save the tires. Now the question is, did Daniel Mosteller save enough gas? Trying to win this in the Jerry Nadeau 25. Spencer Burns has never won an E-ticket event. We asked you all, do you think you will see a first-time winner? 64% of you said yes out of the 675 that have voted. Wyatt Tinsley 7-6 back. One thing Burns doesn't want to see, the 78 is closing in again. Laps winding down. Wyatt Tinsley back in a 7-4. Caden Rush has been fading with the lap traffic, making it difficult for him. Daniel Buttafuoco back and forth. Been a tough race for him nonetheless. Mosteller's got company. Burrows is back on the move. What a rebound here for the 20 machine. He's up to 6th. Caden Rush is on pit road. Oh, and now you've got to worry if you're a driver. If someone inside the top 4 is pitting now, that means they have zero confidence to make it to the end. What does that spell for Wyatt Tinsley? What does that spell for Spencer Burns? Caden Rush is on pit road. He can't make it to the end. Now the question is, does everyone else come in? Rowe is in. Buttafuoco back to 3rd. Baker is in. Walker is in. Cormentis is in as well. They can't make it to the end. You gotta wonder if you're Spencer Burns, do you want to take that risk? Fuel lottery. Wyatt Tinsley is hauling. He's trying to get back to it. nearly midnight there on the East Coast. This race can very well roll into the AM. Spencer Burns has a gap of a 9.5. Thurston is in as well. A lot of damage to the rear of the 4. And that's battle scars right there. That's battling 500 miles. And he is now in. Buttafuoco holding on. Spencer and Tinsley, they're out in front by a country mile. Tinsley 9.8 back. Here comes Joey Stone. Thurston is in. Rowe is in. This is the top 2. See Burns trying to feather right here. I wouldn't be surprised if he tries to go all the way. Is it going to be undercut versus overcut? Or will the fuel hold up? Mosteller, they're in 4th, 3, 4, 6 back. Is the restart yellow going to be exactly what Spencer Burns will need for him to go to victory lane? There's the 2 going back down low. That's Joey Stone. If you're just joining in, welcome. We're under a fuel lottery, and we're under a great battle for the finish. Tinsley has led the most laps here tonight, but Spencer Burns found lightning in a bottle late and has now taken the lead with laps fading away. If it gets down to 25 to go, they are not pitting. There's no way they are. They're gonna run those babies dry. Mosteller back there in 4th. This is going to be the finish nonetheless. Rush on back of all coming to pit road. Drake Berry is in. And the Alan Kawicki Hooters Ford Mustang has worked his way on pit road. Spencer Burns out by a 1-2-3. Tinsley is saving. Yeah, very much saving. You can go ahead and hear it right here. Way out of the gas earlier, and that could be a mix of tire saving as well. But you see how they roll that center. They're just let it come down off corner exit. Can the 78 go the distance? Top 5 are on the same strategy. Burrows looking to go the distance as well. Zach Todd drifts sideways on the apron. We stay green. And that's in the Kyle Busch throwback to 2008. His first car that he drove with Joe Gibbs. All eyes waiting. Wyatt Tinsley sideways up the track. He's trying to save, but the thing is, car can bottom out very easily. And the suspense is there. He has fallen off big time. He's going to go to the end just off fuel alone. They are not going to go. No, never mind. Tinsley's coming in. Sliding onto the apron, and this could be the saving grace, or it could be the dagger in the side of the 78's hopes and dreams to win the Southern 500. Nonetheless, whether it's glory or defeat, it was an amazing run for the 78. Now Buttafuoco is there in the catbird seat. Burrows is there. Wheel to wheel, that's Rush back down low. Remember, Caden Rush came down into pit. Spencer Burns is on pit road. He's gonna give up the lead. He will not be able to go all the way. I guarantee you, Daniel Mosteller, he's gonna try to stay out as long as he can. He was saving early. New race leader. It's the 3. It's Daniel Buttafuoco. And Caden Rush is on provisional race lead right now. Keep that in mind as laps fade away. Next time by, 31 to go. Back to the line. Anthony Burrows wants to take the lead back. I think Burrows was saving as well. You got to keep that in mind. 12's the difference. This is the battle between the top 2. What a night it has been. And they're back on their feet. Burrows downstairs. Anthony Burrows will take the lead late here at Darlington. Now if you're Buttafuoco, do you pit? What a night, what a drive, what an e-ticket event. Strategy has been everything. It's been lap-to-lap coverage, and the suspense is at its highest. Mosteller in third. Those lap machines looking for a way around. 29 the difference. Frank DeAngelis in the wall. Mosteller back there in third. Anthony Burrows gaps up to a fine 2. See Buttafuoco back there, he's fading just a little bit. And you look on the left side of your screen, Spencer Burns. Trouble, one in the wall. That's the 10 machine of Sean Rowe. Frank DeAngelis put him in the wall, he's multiple laps down. And Adamson may need to get on that one. You want to avoid an issue here late, let them race it out. Rush is your provisional race leader. Burrows trying to make it to the end. Burrows, Buttafuoco 1-2. Burrows looks to be coming onto pit road. He's not, just slowing his way down. The Hornet's Nest all the way in the rear. The 20 is going to hold on to the lead. The question is, can he make it to the end? To the high banks. Down into 1 and 2. Buttafuoco around the outside. Armstrong closing in. Burrows is going to try to run this one dry. Trouble, one around. Michael Cormentis. Slam the outside wall, we stay green. And that was close right there. No caution. Burrows, Buttafuoco, Armstrong, that's your top 3. Down the backstretch. Spencer Burns has got fresher tires, make up a lot of time. He needs to find his way around Caden Rush if he wants that strategy to work. Lap traffic is everything. Walker finds his way around Burrows. Burrows saving tires, saving fuel as well. Spencer Burns unlocks himself. Now needs to track down Caden Rush. They have to hope for Burrows not to make it to the end. Ladies and gentlemen, 25 to go. Schmidt is slow on the apron. Running down only to the inside. Buttafuoco is fading. Anthony Burrows trying to win it on the fuel strategy. Rush 20 seconds back. Burns 29 seconds back. And right now he is closing in big time. Keep an eye there on Spencer Burns. Fastest driver on the track right now. Caden Rush is the next driver in front of him. It's nothing but clean track between the 88 and the 40. Buttafuoco saving, Burrows saving. This is what this race will come down to. 500 miles, and it's going to come down to a fuel lottery. Two seconds the difference. Dan trying to close in, but also thinking about saving. Burrows down off corner exit. Burrows holding on to it, back through 3 and 4. Caden Rush under 18 seconds now. Spencer Burns has just made up a second to him. With 23 to go. It's going to be tough. It's going to be a battle of the Fords again. Silver Bullet versus UPS. Caden Rush looking to go back-to-back on e-ticket events. Anthony Burrows, Daniel Buttafuoco, both on the same tire strategy. Both on the same fuel strategy. Burns is there. He's closing in. Back there in 7th. Just about 7 seconds make the difference between both of them. 21 laps to go in the Southern 500. Back through 1 and 2. Buttafuoco has faded big time. Is focused on just trying to get to the end. And the thing is, if Burrows runs out, that means Buttafuoco may have saved enough. Only time will tell. All eyes on the left side of the screen of the leaderboard. 20 to go. And Rush is within 15. Vila's within 14. You see Caden Rush maybe finding his way around Abraham Vila here soon. Vila, a lot of damage, is yet to pick clearly. And that'll be a massive overtake up into 5th for Caden Rush. I don't see Armstrong making it all the way. Armstrong and Buttafuoco, that's nose to tail. You see them back there. 19 to go. Through 1 and 2. And Buttafuoco's trying to hold on as much as he can. You can see he's not in the gas at all. Nor is Armstrong. Trying to limp it to the end. Same with Mosteller. You can't turn back from here. This will be a Caden Rush finds his way through Abraham Vila. Now, just 14 seconds make the difference. And Spencer Burns just 18 seconds back. See big as well. Another thing I want to mention. How about Wyatt Tinsley closing in on Spencer Burns? That's still not done. What a night. What a drive it has been. 2:89 the difference. Burrows back to the line. The bulbs flashing in the sold-out grandstand. 17 to go. Buttafuoco and Armstrong. 1 point looked about for the lead. Now back nose to tail. Just know if they go wheel to wheel, it may be a bad fate for them. And Burns is down within 4 seconds. Spencer Burns is gaining on Rush. Time may be running out for Rush to catch Burrows if Burrows can make it all the way. Burrows looking for his first ever e-ticket event win at our Night in America. Armstrong looking for his first. Buttafuoco looking for his third. Mosteller looking for his first. Rush looking to go back to back. 16 to go. You saw the one machine, making it very difficult for the 20 to work his way through. This is wheel to wheel for second. Dan down low. And Buttafuoco's coming to pit road. He's going to surrender P2. Yeah, he realized he wasn't going to be able to make it to the end. And will now have to hope for a yellow to have any opportunity to win this race. Buttafuoco surrenders. Now the question is, can Armstrong go ahead and save enough fuel? $15 to go. Spencer Burns has worked his way up to 5th. Closing in on Caden Rush. There's Rush. There's Burns. Burns has Wyatt Tinsley behind him. This is going to be a battle for position. Right side of your screen. You can go ahead and see what the difference is on tires. What a run it has been. There you see it. Burns. Rush may not have the best data on that. Oh, Spencer Burns in the wall. And here comes Wyatt Tinsley to the inside. This is wheel to wheel for position. Burns gets tagged by the 78. That's going to be the perfect opportunity for Caden Rush. Rush, no one needed to see that 100%. Needs some type of conflict between 5th and 6th. Burrows hoping time's going to run out. 12 to go. Through 1 and 2 again. Tinsley is all over the rear end. Trouble, one car in the wall. Dan slamming the right side of his 3 machine. And they're struggling big time. Drivers just trying to make it to the end. It's a long, grueling race. Burrows getting echoed. That Burns has trouble, and Rush may be losing the lead because the gap is back to a 2-7. It will be 3 cars under a blanket. This could very much be the battle for the lead. Spencer Burns 40, Wyatt Tinsley 78. Back down the backstretch. And into 3 and 4. We haven't seen Mosteller lose time. Now he said it. They're about 3 or 4 laps short. That 3 to 4 lap distance is going to be big. Wyatt Tinsley underneath Spencer Burns. Wheel to wheel for position. Wyatt Tinsley in the 5th. Burns not giving it up. Gasses it around the outside. He's in the wall. Trying to keep that 78 behind. He's going to hold him off. Wyatt again downstairs. Burns on the outside. No more playing nice. Contact. Burns in the wall. Wyatt Tinsley will find his way through. There goes the 3 of Buttafuoco. Sliding around his wall. That's only down the inside. The 40 of Burns may have just all F4. They're keeping this race green. Let him race back. Buttafuoco was 1 lap down. Armstrong there in 2nd. Burns has all F4 for the racers. No need for a yellow. DNF for the silver bullet. Will Anthony Burrows make it to the end? And got the 3 there at Dan. The fuel lottery that continues to carry back through 3 and 4. Armstrong's 2 seconds back. I think he may be good. Closing on in. Caden Rush 8 seconds back. He is definitely stalled out. Same with Wyatt Tinsley. No caution necessary. Burrows trying to make it to the end. Armstrong 2:12 back. Through 3 and 4. All eyes are on the 20. Anthony Burrows driving the paint scheme based off of Tony Stewart's rookie year. That was 1999. One of the best rookie seasons in NASCAR history. Burrows has never won an e-ticket event, but they said it once and will say it again. Darlington is one of his best tracks. Tonight he does not have to be the fastest. He may just have to be the smartest. 6 to go with the fuel mileage underway. They said 3 to 4 laps short. Once you see 3 to go, that's when it's going to get dicey. Armstrong trying to make it to the end. Mosteller's on pit road. Rush is 7 seconds back. It's midnight now on the East Coast. This race has gone into the AM. The Into the AM Southern 500 is going to come down to a nail-biter. Who's going to have the fuel to make it to the end? Armstrong still 2:19 back. Burrows holding on. Burrows to the line. 4 to go. This is going to be it right here. Either they run out now or that's it. Will it be the checkered flag waving in front of the 20? Or will something give late? Armstrong back to a 171. Lap traffic all over the 20 machine. 3 to go this time by. Tinsley to 4th. 2 seconds back to Caden Rush. Everyone on their feet. 3 more laps remaining. Anthony Burrows through 1 and 2. And the day portions of this race was not the quickest, not even close. But as the night rolled on, the car got quicker. The track gripped up, and now Anthony Burrows will have just 2 more laps to do it. To see if the fuel will make it to the end, and to see if he will go ahead and win an e-ticket event. 2 to go. Armstrong's gaining. This ain't over. Joseph Armstrong, 1:11 back. Caden Rush, 6 seconds back. On turn number 2. And down the backstretch. Burrows will have to send up a pair. Armstrong is there. Sounded off. Salamanca. 1 to go in the Southern 500. Through 1 and 2 for the final time. Anthony Burrows. Knowing the 11 is coming. But it may not be enough. Through 3 and 4 for the final time. We are going to see a new winner for an e-ticket event. Anthony Burrows is going to win the Into the AM Southern 500 at Darlington. He got him. Armstrong comes home second. Caden Rush comes home third. And the fuel has held up for the 20. Unbelievable. What a race. What a night. The suspense if he was going to run out of fuel, but he didn't. Anthony Burrows is the first driver in NR9 in America to win a fuel mileage race by staying out, and he is going to win his first ever e-ticket event. NR9 in America, fueling victories all year long. And he may be out now. And he is out of fuel. Maybe not. Never mind. He's not. He's still got something. And he saved at the pump. And the Tony Stewart Home Depot Chevrolet is going to victory lane. What a race. You couldn't ask for anything better than that. Wow. Anthony Burrows was 3 to 4 laps short, and will now add his name to the list of drivers that have won at the biggest stage on YouTube for iRacing. Anthony Burrows, the winner at Darlington, the winner of the Southern 500. Let's talk to your winner now. Unbelievable run. And that was an amazing race. And we're going to hear from him in just a moment. Wyatt Tinsley, the most dominant driver, comes home fourth. What a comeback for him. Anthony Burrows, you are ridiculous. What a win, my man.
Dude, I have literally no words right now. I'm like just in complete shock after that, dude. That's insane.
That was one of the wildest e-ticket event finishes. You know it's wild when I'm speechless at a finish. I thought for sure you were possibly going to run on the last lap. You did not walk me through that last stint. And did that restart wreck save your race?
I was just going to say that I think that restart wreck was a blessing in disguise because it put me in the back and I was able to just save that entire run. And I had, I think, 2 laps to spare, 1.5 laps right at the line, but dude, that is unreal. 20th to first. I had no clue that was gonna play out like that.
It was unbelievable. You were not the fastest car early. Wyatt Tinsley had everyone's number here tonight. And the next thing you know, things took a big change. We want to say thank you to everyone back at home, to everyone that watching, everyone that dropped a like on tonight's stream. Kate, I almost told you, Kate. Sorry about that. Anthony Burrows. Was I calling him Rush? I was probably calling him Rush. I have no idea. But Burrows, my man, what a run. Did you think you were going to run out at any point?
No, I had full belief. After we got past 15, 20 laps, I kind of realized I'd be able to stretch it. So just kind of kept saving, and I was to the good most of that entire run. I had confidence I'd make it. I just didn't have confidence I'd beat Wyatt, Caden, Spencer, and all the guys that took tires. So barely held them off, man, and that's wild.
It was unbelievable. Now walk me through the strategy. They came in early. Was there at any point you thought, man, I think I should pit or this race is over?
I never had any thoughts of pitting. I just wasn't too confident in the strategy, but I was fully set on one stopping it. After restarting 20th, that was my only shot at winning that thing. So yeah, like I said earlier, blessing in disguise that restart wreck happened, because that is ultimately what won me the race. So that's crazy.
600 plus tuned into the finish of that one. Talk to me about this race. We interviewed you at some point in the middle of the race where things changed up, but it looked like at the end of the race is where things definitely got better for you. How was the car handling from the beginning to the finish?
Definitely got more gripped up, and car was definitely a lot tighter to drive. I feel like as I got in the nighttime, but yeah, just all over the place. Felt like I was pretty good long run all night. Didn't really get to show it a whole lot with how some of the cautions played out, but yeah, I got no words right now, man. I'm so stoked.
You want to say anything to anyone back at home?
Yeah, big shout out to everyone who supports me. Big shout out to everyone who tuned in. Y'all are awesome. I cannot wait to watch that race back, and huge thank you to you, obviously, for putting these events on, man. You do amazing at these.
Well, we want to say thank you for coming in. Ladies and gentlemen, Anthony Burrows, victorious here from Darlington. Congratulations, my man.
I appreciate it, man.
And we'll go ahead and talk to second place here in just a moment. What a night it has been. It was a long, grueling Southern 500. Nonetheless, we're going to move Burrows over just for a time being. Ladies and gentlemen, let's talk to the driver that finished P2. That is Joseph Armstrong. Armstrong with one heck of a run late. Had a great strategy to run through. Armstrong, it's the John you got to copy.
Yeah, I got you.
You weren't the fastest, not by a long shot, but I will say this, you were definitely one of the smartest. Walk me through that last run.
So we got the caution, forgot what the caution's for. I think it was the Frank caution. It was right after green flag pit stops. And I was right behind Wyatt, and at this point it was probably like 80, 85 to go, and I pitted, and everyone behind me pitted, and I was like, this goes green all the way, I don't think we can make it. Then we got a caution for Wilkerson dying, or flipping, whatever happened to him, and I was like, okay, we might be able to do this here. And I was pretty committed to saving. I was lifting like halfway down the back stretch, clutching it, doing all I could to save as much as I could. I don't know how Anthony had more than everyone else, but P2 is bittersweet. It feels good though. Like you said, I didn't have the fastest car at all. I probably had maybe a 6th to 8th place car, and luckily by attrition I was able to kind of shuffle my way to the front and hold right there. So
late in the run, you started getting quicker. We saw you catching up. We're like, oh man, we don't know if you're gonna make it to the end. We don't know if anyone's gonna make it to the end. That stayed out. When did you know you were good to go all the way? Because we got the word that you got you 3 to 4 laps short. That's what we heard.
No, we were probably like 1 or 2 short. Yeah, 2 or 3. Oh, yeah, your sources are correct. You're probably 3 or 4 short.
We know a lot of you guys started running on the apron, which probably changed stuff up on the restart.
I ran out of gas like entering turn 1 coming after the checkered, so I knew around 30 to go that I could make it to the end, but it was just still like if I could save my tires and not burn off my stuff, because lap traffic was kind of killing everything right there towards the end. But shout out to Anthony. Like I said, I don't know how he had so much more fuel than everyone, but he definitely earned it.
Well, I will say this, my man. Congratulations. You want to say anything to anyone back at home? I know a lot of people either love you or hate you, and that's for sure. Well, you brought that 11 car right up front.
Yeah, everyone. Thanks for everyone for tuning in. Hope we put on a good show for you guys. Long runs, green flag pit stops. Pretty interesting finish, I'd say. So hopefully you guys enjoyed the race, and hope to see you guys back whenever we stream again.
Going to be a lot of fun. Could be Tuesday if we hit 400 likes. Just want to point that out. No guarantee, but we'll have to see. I'm going to Homestead Miami Speedway. If you guys want to stream Tuesday, make sure you go ahead and drop a like on the stream. Ladies and gentlemen, Joseph Armstrong.
Peace out.
And that was the driver that finished P2. Ladies and gentlemen, now time to go ahead and hear from the driver that finished 3rd on a different strategy. It was a smart move, but it just was not enough to get to the end. That was Caden Rush. We'll see if we can go in and talk to him here in just a moment. No, we cannot. He is actually not in the chat. Ladies and gentlemen, that was your top 2, and that will go ahead and conclude the Into the AM Southern 500. Man, what a race that was. Let's do a quick walkthrough before we go ahead and completely end the night. Wow, that's all I gotta say. First is wow, okay? It came down to multiple things. You look at e-ticket events, you're used to late race yellows, you know, and stuff like that coming on through. We didn't have a late race yellow. We went all the way to the end for the final 70 laps. We don't see that enough for e-tickets, and you saw it here tonight. That's what made this interesting, no doubt about it. You had a fuel mileage run to the end, and you also had a run of drivers short pitting and trying to make it all the way through. At the end of the day, fuel mileage won that race. Ryan Tinsley looked at him, had it locked up to begin with. At the start of this race, but Fuka was the only one that was able to contend with them. Next thing you know, a couple cautions fly in the wind. Spencer Burns is closing in. Caden Rush is closing in. All of a sudden, next thing you know, Wyatt Tinsley and Burns get into it. Rush too far back. Didn't matter because Anthony Burrows won this race. What a win for the 20. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to say thank you to everyone that has tuned in so far tonight. We hope to see you again very, very soon. Until then, my name's Jonathan Ramos, the voice of NR, and this has been the Into the AM Southern 500. We may be back this Tuesday. We will give you guys that update. But right now, the plans still are that I will be heading to Homestead Miami Speedway next week. So we'll give you all those updates as things go down. If we do this Tuesday, I might do 87s at Talladega, so keep an eye out on that. If you want to go to rewatch the stream, you can go to rewatch it whenever you want. That's the beauty of things. And we all hope you've enjoyed today's broadcast. We didn't think about possibly doing an e-ticket event in October, but when the opportunity struck, we knew Darlington was the best track. And it definitely was the best track here tonight. It's different, it's unique, and it was entertaining, including if you're a hardcore NASCAR Stock Car fan or just a hardcore racing fan in general. Until next time, we will say goodbye, but there will be a brand new tomorrow. So with that being said, have a great one, ladies and gentlemen, and I hope you all enjoyed tonight's broadcast.